a few housekeeping items to address just before we go into our public hearing today. So I'll call the meeting to order. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for being here with us. Common Clerk, first item, please.
Yes, Your Worship. The first item is the approval of the agenda. There's a request from staff to remove the agenda item 4.5, which is the statement of work with RICO Canada on your consent agenda. And there's also an addition from Committee of the Whole with respect to appointments to committees.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a Deputy Mayor's move that? Thank you. Councillor Reardon has seconded that. On the question, all those in favor? Thank you. And anybody contrary minded? Thank you. Not hearing or seeing any. Thank you. That is approved. Okay, first item then, Common Clerk.
Item 3, disclosures of conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Hickey.
Well, I guess I know the clerk had mentioned that last item with the addition from closed for the nominations to committees.
Okay, so you'll declare conflict there. Thank you. Councillor.
And I suspect along with Councillor Reardon and Councillor McKenzie.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So all three councillors will declare a conflict on that item coming out of committee for nominations. Okay, thank you. All right, and I just want to, I'm not declaring a conflict. I just want to let folks know that on the public hearing tonight, I did seek independent private legal counsel to discuss the issue relative to a conflict with my mom living in the area, and the advice I got is that I had no conflict, so I won't be declaring a conflict on that item tonight. Okay, thank you. Okay, next item, please, Common Clerk.
Next item is number 4, the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you. Deputy normally traditionally does that. Go ahead, Deputy.
I'll move the items in the consent agenda.
4.1 to 4.4, thank you. And moved, seconded by Councillor Sullivan, thank you. Okay, I'll call the question on the consent agenda. All those in favor? Thank you. And anybody contrary minded? Okay, not seeing any. That motion is carried. Next item.
The next item, Your Worship, would be the recommendation from the nominating committee.
Sorry, will we not do 7.1, Common Clerk?
Committee of the Whole recommendation is number 6
okay.
on your agenda.
I apologize. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll move the recommendation.
Okay.
And so, Your Worship, we had 3 members that said they would remove themselves from this item.
Thank you, Councillor Hickey, Councillor McKenzie, and Councillor Reardon. Please just turn your cameras off. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Go ahead, Common Clerk, if you could read the recommendation.
Yes, Your Worship. So this is with respect to St. John Parking and Transit Commission, and it's to appoint Nick Cameron, Tina Collins, and Kirk Peacock for 3 years from March 29th, 2021 until 2024, and appoint Councillors Reardon, McKenzie, and Hickey until the end of their current terms on council. Okay, and I just
thank you, Deputy. Seconded by Councillor Merrithew, thank you. And just a point of clarity as well is that Mr. Cameron would be appointed the chair of the group. Okay. All right, thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. And anybody contrary minded? I guess that's the group. Thank you. The motion is carried. Just would like to say 2 things. First of all, there is still 1 remaining seat. If you're a member of the public, then we will point you to our website to send us your application if you'd like to be on the Parking and Transit Commission. And then secondly, I'd like to thank for 2 terms on the committee, Mr. Tim Peterson, Ms. Trish Ellsworth, and also Kay Gillis for their work and their service to the community on the Parking and Transit Commission. They're moving on with their busy lives, but we would just sincerely like to thank them. Okay, thank you. That is carried. Mr. Hickey, you're welcome back. Okay, thank you. Next item, please.
Yes, Your Worship. Item 7.1 on the agenda is a consideration of a bylaw for weight restriction bylaw amendment on Wentworth Street. There is a staff report attached to this bylaw with an explanation. In order to proceed, council would require a lifting motion as this was previously tabled.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Reardon, thank you on the question. All those in favor? Thank you. And anybody contrary minded? Okay, the item is lifted. Sorry.
Your Worship, I'm not sure if council requires a staff explanation on this.
Let's just have our Commissioner Hugenholtz just come on very quickly and give us a very, very high level again on this.
Thank you, and good evening, Your Worship, members of council. This was originally item 10.7 on the March 22nd council agenda. It was tabled at that time due to a change in the dates that they were looking for this exemption for. So we have amended the bylaw change now. It is from April 6th to the 17th. So the appropriate amendment to the spring weight restriction bylaw is attached, as is the agreement with Irving Equipment that covers inspection and control of damage there. So subject to your questions, that's the summary.
I'll move third reading.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I think Councillor Reardon, you were moving third reading. Thank you. And Deputy Mayor, will have you second that. Thank you. And any questions? Okay, I don't see any. I'll call the question. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. And anybody contrary minded? Okay, perfect. Thank you. The motion is carried. Thank you to staff for working that and reworking that over the last couple of weeks. That's greatly appreciated. Thanks very much. Okay, Common Clerk.
Your Worship.
Yes.
This requires a reading in its entirety. So I'm assuming that was the motion that just passed. Okay.
It was.
So this is a law to amend a bylaw respecting weight restrictions within the City of St. John, enacted under the authority of Section 2621 of the Motor Vehicle Act. A bylaw of the City of St. John entitled Bylaw Respecting Weight Restrictions within the City of St. John, enacted under the authority of Section 2621 of the Motor Vehicle Act, enacted on the 5th day of April 2004, is hereby amended as follows. 1. Schedule A is amended by adding the following words under the following headings: connection routes, Wentworth Street between Broad Street and Leinster Street, only between April 6th, 2021 and April 17th, 2021 inclusive. And now by.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Common Clerk. Okay, so we'll just hold for a minute, folks. The hearing will start at 6:30.
Your Worship, sorry, there's one more motion by title for this.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't skip that. Thank you. Councillor Hickey, thank you. And seconded by the Deputy again, thank you. And by title, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. And anybody contrary minded? Perfect, thank you. The motion is carried. Sorry, Clerk, go ahead.
A law to amend a bylaw respecting weight restrictions within the City of St. John, enacted under the authority of Section 2621 of the Motor Vehicle Act.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, so 6:26, Common Clerk, perhaps you can just check in with Councillor Norton again, and we'll hold the public hearing. We'll start at 6:30, so we'll just hold here for a couple of minutes. And for those of you that may have just been joining us for the hearing tonight, thank you, welcome. I have a few opening remarks at 6:30, and we'll just ask you, as you all are doing, to stay with your cameras off and muted, and we'll be back to you here in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Councillor Norton is present, Your Worship.
Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. Thank you. We'll just hold for a couple of minutes, folks, and we'll be starting at 6:30. Thank you. Okay, Common Clerk, my clock shows 6:30, so I believe it is. I'm using cell phone tower time, so that usually that's pretty accurate. So please, let's commence the next item.
Yes, Your Worship. So it is now 6:30, as you mentioned, and the city has advertised a public hearing for tonight. It's item 8.1 on council's agenda, and this is for a proposed municipal plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 2100 Sandy Point Road, project known as Ethos Ridge. There is a staff report, a planning advisory committee report, and Commissioner Hamilton will be introducing her staff member to do a presentation on this topic.
Okay, thank you very much, Common Clerk. Just before we start, Ms. Hamilton, just a couple of opening remarks. First of all, thank you, everyone, for joining us. We would much prefer the in-person meeting, so we'll try to get through the technology tonight. We do appreciate you being here with us. We're here tonight to discuss land use matter, and we certainly acknowledge a wide range of items that have been communicated to us by letter, by email. Again, thank you for that. We had at about 4:30, 28 speakers are registered tonight, some wishing to speak in opposition, some wishing to speak in favor of the project. We would ask that all of the speakers be concise. We'd like to target around 10 minutes. You know, if the person before you has said a number of the things that you agree with, then certainly we can encourage you just to agree or say ditto. But we'd like to target 10 minutes. We'd ask you to be concise, but we'll work our way through that. The clerk will call and act as a bit of a liaison and call. There's not been a particular order. I have a spreadsheet in front of me with all of those that wish to speak tonight. So the clerk will call your name. When you're called, we'd ask you to turn your camera on. If you have a camera, to unmute yourself. The clerk can help with that as well. If you're not speaking, we would ask you to keep your camera off and keep your microphone off. There's no chat function here tonight. It's difficult enough to sort of manage the screens and as council members and members of the public to work through that. So there's no chat function here tonight. So in terms of the process, we'll have a staff presentation. We won't get into any dialogue. It'll just be a staff presentation. We'll then hear from those wishing, to voice their opposition or concerns with the land use matters before us tonight. Then we'll hear from those wishing to speak in favor or support. And then the public hearing component will end, and we'll go to any questions that council members might have clarifying for staff, and then we'll go from there. So that is the process. When we believe we've gotten through both lists of those wishing to speak in favor or against, I'll ask if there's anyone else here who wishes to speak in opposition or in favor, and we'll be working through this process together tonight, folks. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you for attending, and we look forward to working through this process. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Hamilton. I'll turn it over to Ms. Jacqueline Hamilton, who is our Commissioner of Community Development and Growth and Community Development. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jacqueline.
Yes, Your Worship, members of council, before you this evening for public hearing is an application to amend the municipal plan and zoning bylaw to permit the development of Ethos Ridge, a seniors housing project which is located at 2100 Sandy Point Road. The application involves a redesignation and rezoning of the property and an extension to the boundary of the city's primary development area. As council is aware, the city's municipal plan, Plan SJ, is a living document, provides policy direction to manage community change to ensure the plan is responsive to the evolving needs of the community. The application has been reviewed by both staff and the Planning Advisory Committee against the policies of the municipal plan, and included in your package are reports recommending approval of the application with several conditions to both address the public benefits proposed by the developer and measures to address the impacts from the project. Given the significant public feedback received on the application, I would note that the Planning Advisory Committee has recommended council impose additional conditions to respond to issues of concern from members of the public, and staff is recommending further conditions for council's approval to address these points raised by the Planning Advisory Committee. And these recommendations would give effect to the views expressed by the committee in their unanimous approval of the application, but within the context of the city's jurisdiction under the New Brunswick Community Planning Act. And as council is aware, decisions made on planning matters must be based on land use considerations. And with that as an introduction, I will turn it over to Andrew Reed, who's our staff planner, to provide a presentation on the application before you this evening.
Good evening, members of council. The application before you tonight is an amendment to the municipal plan to redesignate and rezone an 8.5 hectare property to major community facility and extend the primary development area. The application would enable a 125 unit nature-based seniors facility. The subject property is located in Milledgeville. It is a vacant, partially forested property. The property is located in a transition area between the unserviced rural residential neighborhood of Pelton Road and Beach Road and the suburban neighborhoods of Westmount Drive and Kennebecasis Drive. To put the property's location in perspective, the proposal is located at the northern end of Milledgeville and serviceable area of the city, 1 kilometer from the Foster Thurston Drive intersection in Rockwood Park, 4 kilometers from the hospital, and 7.5 kilometers from the city center. The subject property is located adjacent 2100 Sandy Point Road, with the front half of the property cleared and sloping up to a tall ridge capped by mature trees. The property is home to several informal walking trails. In 2017, the property was subdivided to permit a 5 hectare lot access via a cul-de-sac off Pelton Road, which was vested to the city but hasn't yet been built, pictured in the top right photo. Overall, the site is home to a mixture of natural and planted forests, open fields, steep ridges, and sweeping views of the Kennebecasis River. Access to the property is proposed exclusively off Sandy Point Road. Sandy Point Road is classified as a local road. This portion of the road is built to a rural standard with gravel shoulders and open ditches. Neighboring properties along Sandy Point Road are predominantly unserviced detached dwellings. The application was evaluated in accordance with the city's municipal plan, Plan SJ, which sets out a mandate to grow the city in a more compact, sustainable manner. Plan SJ was premised on the city's growth strategy, 2011, which outlined a vision to reverse a pattern of dispersed single-purpose uses across the city's land base. A growth boundary, the primary development area, was drawn to maximize efficiency of services where they already existed. Tonight's proceedings are evidence of the fact that the plan is a living document. As in many other municipalities, it is subject to active amendments. A plan amendment requires a high level of diligence and community input, as we've seen with the proposal tonight. Since its adoption, there have been over 22 amendments and 5 PDA amendments which have been considered, with Council's approval to extend the PDA to encompass the Catalytic Crossing project being the most recent amendment. Plan SJ is reaching its 10th year and is required to begin a comprehensive review next year. The municipal plan currently designates the property rural resource area with a 30-meter park and natural area buffer along the river, common to all such properties. This map shows how the property is located in an area of transition, wedged between unserviced rural residential and the serviced residential and adjacent the primary development area. The rural resource areas are classified as undeveloped lands with the potential for rural resource activities such as pits and quarries and/or forestry uses, as well as green energy. Staff do see the merit in considering a new future land use. During Plan SJ, plan designations were assigned at a high level. This rural resource designation is not particularly forward-looking future land use. The current designation really speaks more to the property's past semi-agricultural use than what could be envisioned here for the future. The zoning of the property mirrors the plan. It is zoned rural, which requires 4-hectare lot per dwelling unit. As is, current regulations would support a maximum of 2 unserviced dwelling units accessed via Pelton Road. The proposal before you represents an alternative to the current land use for this property in transition. The applicant is proposing a seniors facility designed to respond to the rural environment, with Acre Architects creating a building that proposes to connect seniors to nature and integrate into the neighborhood. The developer has proposed several community benefits to respond to existing issues in the neighborhood, including the extension of services, access to trails, and traffic enhancements. Staff looked comprehensively at Plan SJ in evaluating this proposal. The plan's implementation chapter sets out a framework for administering the plan as a living document, with policy I-21 in particular providing council the guidance of amending the plan in the primary development area. One emerging issue in many municipalities is crafting strategies for an aging population and for seniors aging in place. And this will certainly factor into future iterations of Plan SJ. We know this is both a local and provincial issue in our region. In 8 years, 24% of St. Johners are seniors, and by 2038, 31% of New Brunswickers are seniors. The 2 current comparable seniors facility offerings are the Shanex and the Chateau de Champlain in Milledgeville. Prior to construction, the Shanex went through a municipal plan amendment process in 2013. Both the Shanex and the Chateau de Champlain are located in more suburban settings, whereas the proposal is predicated on a nature-based offering. Though similarly, the Shanex borders the low-density neighborhoods of Hill Heights and Woodhaven Drive. Policy LU90 is intended to generally guide rezonings for new major community facilities. These include schools, health services, recreation facilities, and care facilities. This criteria framework was applied to the analysis of the proposal. In terms of the proposal's contribution, the proposed land use fulfills the overall intent of the plan to create compact, complete communities and offer a compelling vision of a nature-based facility to deliver an anticipated future housing need. In terms of its compatibility, the proposal introduces a new and different building form to the surroundings, However, the site planning has largely worked to mitigate this impact. The building will be invisible from Sandy Point Road. There will be no access to Pelton Road for vehicles. Gated access will be provided for servicing of the pump station and electrical equipment, and these are highly infrequent. A high degree of privacy from Pelton Road is desired from both stakeholders, and setbacks are intended to range from 45 to 65 meters from the building to the property line with the Pelton Road neighbors. Maintaining and expanding existing tree buffers are a requirement of the approval. Setbacks and screening combined should mitigate the effect of the proposal on the neighbors. In terms of height, the building is 4 stories and 5 stories on the west side. The height on the east side is 19 meters and takes advantage of the slope of the land to have an additional story on the west side. Overall, the proposal offers up a contemporary building tailored design to the site and surroundings to balance the natural setting with a mid-rise building form. The proposal presents a compact building that makes efficient use of the site to have an overall lot occupancy of approximately 18%. Looking at the adjacent density levels of the neighborhood, taking Pelton Road and Beach Road, the average density is 4.6 dwelling units per hectare. And further south of the proposal, the Kennebecasis Drive neighborhood has an average density level of 7 dwelling units per hectare. The proposal at 15 dwelling units per hectare represents an approximately 2-fold increase in density. Keeping in mind, however, that the types of uses are different, a seniors facility versus single unit dwellings, and would have different outcomes in terms of traffic and other features. The proposed zone accommodates a limited range of community-oriented facilities. Staff recommend these be scoped down exclusively to suit the proposal. The proposed use would be a supportive facility, which is geared toward retired residents with common amenities and services provided to the senior residents. Residential dwellings are not permitted now or into the future through this zone. In terms of servicing, the development is located 270 meters from city services. The developer is required through a Section 59 agreement to design, install, and commission all necessary services and restore this segment of Sandy Point Road. In terms of roadways, the traffic impact study evaluated level of service and concluded Sandy Point Road can support the development and meet the threshold of 1,000 vehicles per annual average daily traffic on a rural road. The proposal was circulated to fire services. Staff have confidence in sprinkler buildings and did not identify any operational concerns in servicing this development. The access road will be required to meet code requirements for design and would be tested by fire services prior to occupancy of the building. Transit is available and is understood the developer intends to supplement the service per norm with shuttle service. During an initial meeting and prior to submission of sanitary inputs, staff had flagged an uncertainty around potential downstream impacts as a result of the additional sanitary flows. These uncertainties have since been removed with the inputs provided and modeling conducted by St. John Water, which included the already planned Beach Crescent lift station upgrade. St. John Water does not see any issues with the proposed development in relation to the downstream sanitary sewer system. In terms of site design, the traffic impact study has demonstrated that access can safely be provided. A detailed landscaping plan has been provided and will be required to illustrate buffering. The proposed low-impact design stormwater management, which considers features such as rain gardens, swales, and a green roof, will need to result in no net increase to adjacent properties. The building is a high-quality contemporary design and aligns with many of the goals of the municipal plan's urban design chapter. To summarize, in staff's professional opinion, the proposal has successfully navigated the criteria set out in LU 90, specifically through the iterative improvements made during the design phase and responding to the many valued concerns raised by the neighborhood to meet the obvious challenges posed by compatibility and servicing. Every effort to increase buffering and other means of screening is encouraged. A full plan policy evaluation is attached to the staff report. One section I'd just like to briefly touch on are the community benefits proposed as part of the development. As you'll see in the staff reports, the developer's obligation to extend services, maintain public pedestrian access through a private trail system on the property, contribute to the cost of implementing traffic calming measures at the Foster, Thurston, Sandy Point Road intersection, as well as restoring the portion of Sandy Point Road north of Westmount Drive to include a delineated pedestrian walking surface. Policy I-21 provides criteria for council considering such plan amendments in terms of, first, a significant long-term benefit for the city that does not place undue fiscal burden on the city or have a detrimental impact to the environment. The proposal provides additional housing for an aging population, maximizes the efficiency of land to increase economic prosperity, provides community benefits, and offers no fiscal burden to the city. I would like to just linger here for 1 minute to discuss environmental approvals. Following the PAC meetings, staff did follow up with the city's solicitor's office as well as the Department of Environment to fully understand environmental concerns. It's clear that environmental matters lie within the jurisdiction of the provincial government. Any landowner is subject to the land use regulated by the local government, as well as the environmental regulations put in place by the province. Permitting the use in a zone does not act to lift any relevant provincially regulated environmental requirements. Some of the matters identified by the public in this case fall outside of the city's jurisdiction. For example, concerns regarding outflow into the river. Staff understand provincial approval will be required to construct and operate the proposed private pumping station. Concern regarding well recharge and aquifers. These are regulated by the Clean Water Act. Concern that the property is not identified as part of a nature reserve. This is regulated under the Protected Natural Areas Act. Although staff recognize the environmental concerns, specifically aquifers and wetland protection, fall within the provincial jurisdiction and do not have a bearing on a land use approval. Staff nevertheless took steps to investigate the concerns and is able to share the following. The proposal was circulated to the Provincial Department of Environment and Local Government. No environmental impact assessment, EIA, requirement was identified. The developer will be required to adhere to all watercourse and wetland provincial requirements through a wetland and watercourse alteration permit for any development activity within 30 meters of such features, including the Kennebecasis River. There were no wetlands or watercourses other than the river identified per the province's mapping tool. Should an unmapped wetland or watercourse be found and delineated, a WAWA permit approval would be required prior to issuance of a building permit. However, a WAWA permit requirement does not bear any effect on the city's land use approval under the Community Planning Act. In all, the proposal is capable of fulfilling the key goals of Plan SJ. Its compact form makes use of a transitional area to offer a needed housing product confirmed by market study, and which does not contribute a burden to the city in terms of additional infrastructure or sprawl. Last, appropriate opportunities have been provided for public input into considering this amendment. All of this brings us to the public hearing tonight. Over a year ago, this process was informally initiated through pre-application meetings. All legislated advertising and notification protocols have been followed by the city, and every attempt made to respond or provide information upon request. To summarize some of the engagement, the plan amendment was presented at council shortly after January 11th, opening the 30-day comment period. This period concluded on February 10th, and council received over 40 letters and referred the application to the committee. Over 50 letters have been received throughout this process at this point, the clear majority from neighborhoods neighbors in opposition. On March 16th, the Planning Advisory Committee heard from 15 citizens in opposition and 5 in favor. The committee voted to unanimously approve the proposal, recommending 4 amendments. During the meeting, the developer committed to finance the cost to connect for 3 affected residents or otherwise pay the unconnected water fee. All other residents will see no fees as a result of the service extension. The committee recommended this condition in addition to a condition that would prohibit construction vehicles from using Pelton Road, and further tying the 5-year sunset clause condition to the proposal as it was presented, and last, conditioning an expert opinion regarding the groundwater recharge issues identified. Concurrent with the committee, staff have recommended approval of the proposal as per pages 1 to 3 of the supplementary report. The supplementary report attached in your package provides the most up-to-date recommendation to affect the views of the PAC. I'd also quickly just note that these included in the plan amendment recommendation, the PID numbers have been updated to reflect the current PID number, as the applicant recently purchased the property and has since consolidated the 2 former PID numbers into one. In addition to the plan amendment, the staff recommendation would impose Section 59 conditions and have council enter into the city enter into a Section 59 and Section 131 agreement with the developer. And finally, direct staff to take additional action regarding the identified traffic issues. Section 59 conditions are displayed on this slide. I just note that permission for construction vehicles are currently dealt with through the traffic bylaw, and staff recommend consistency with this approach. The developer is encouraged to utilize Sandy Point Road as a primary access during construction. The access is to be owned and maintained by the developer. It is not the city's responsibility. The development shall be completed within 5 years, otherwise council may revert the zoning. Completion entails the proposal presented before you as recommended by the PAC. The Section 59 agreement would contain the following items I mentioned previously, and the Section 131 agreement would execute the items regarding the developer paying the fees and an expert opinion on groundwater recharge, which it is understood that the developer has already proactively engaged a consultant to provide this study for the public record. Finally, the recommendation contains direction to staff regarding the Foster-Thurston intersection to ensure the problem is addressed in the short and long term, that the issue is monitored and reported back on. In conclusion, the proposal before you is to permit a nature-based seniors facility between 2 low-density residential neighborhoods. The proposal has demonstrated how it can meet the municipal plan criteria, and staff have attempted to address all concerns related to this municipal plan amendment. Staff have crafted strict conditions on the development of the property to ensure it is a positive development for the neighborhood and future residents of the area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Reid, for the thorough presentation. I'll just ask you to stop sharing. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. We'll now move into the next phase of the public hearing, where we will invite those wishing to speak in opposition to what's before us tonight. And I'm going to rely on the clerk, Mr. Jonathan Taylor, to invite each participant forward. As I mentioned earlier, I see some participants are on the telephone. So, but if you do have a camera and you're not shy, you can turn your camera on. If you prefer not to, that's okay as well. We'll unmute you, and I'll ask the clerk, the clerk, to invite our first person who would wish to present.
Thank you, Your Worship. The first citizen we have registered is Brenda Rolfe.
Miss or Mrs. Rolfe, are you with us tonight? Common Clerk, I didn't see that. I don't see.
No, I don't see the name, Your Worship, but we have a couple phone-ins that don't show the name. So,
okay.
Oh, here we are. Brenda, okay. I see coming on the screen now.
Okay, perfect.
You can help me. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. Yes, you can. Yeah.
Thank you. Can you see my screen?
I can. Thank you. Yes. Or we can. Sorry. Yes. Thank you.
Good evening, Your Worship and Councillors. My name is Brenda Rolfe. I live at 470 Pelton Road. My husband and I moved to Pelton Road after several years of looking for the right home that would give us the peace and tranquility we were looking for. We wanted to keep our connection with the city, yet feel like we were not in the hub of it. We moved from a busier location in Milledgeville so we can enjoy the sunlight, nature, peace, and tranquility that we found here in this rural community. When we found this property, we studied it carefully to make sure it was the perfect location for what we call our oasis. We were aware the vacant lot was beside us, but it could potentially sell under the understanding that it would be sold for single housing units based on the rural zoning. I feel we are losing our rights to live in these communities as they're being invaded by large inner city complexes. Sadly, our move was only 1.5 years ago. The proposed Eagle Ridge development located at 21 Sandy Point Road is one that I am opposed to. And by that I mean not development, but this particular development. This development is inappropriate for our area. As the city has said, Plan SJ was developed as a strategy to limit urban sprawl, add density to the core, ultimately providing a sustainable direction for St. John. The city has spent a significant amount of taxpayers' dollars and time to develop this plan with these objectives. To disregard this plan and change the zoning of 21 Sandy Point Road to major community development and move the PDA is irresponsible. The city has a large land area of 300 square kilometers. The PDA was developed to concentrate infrastructure. Plan SJ states new residential growth will be directed inside the PDA to maximize infrastructure investments that have already been made and to protect rural and natural areas. Rarely is the boundary altered. The most recent change was 5 years ago to accommodate the Catalina Crossing project. This map demonstrates the stark contrast of the rural area for Ethos to a highly developed commercial area for the Crossing project. This is an example of comparing apples to oranges. The area was adjacent to the commercial properties with high traffic roads, unlike the significant change in the zoning that is proposed by Ethos. In addition to not following Plan SJ, changing the zoning and moving the PDA sets a precedent for future proposal and leads to spot zoning, thereby detracting from growth goals. Ethos Ridge development does not complement this area, and we would more than welcome any development that would. We accept a level of change that can occur, but this is a significant change similar to this. The planner's report states Plan SJ intends neighborhoods to evolve over time to meet the needs of the community and must accept a degree of change. It is important to manage that change through effective design to ensure it integrates well. If a smaller complex or single family homes were proposed, this community would be more accepting as it lessens several of our concerns. Changing the zoning in this neighborhood from rural to major community development is a 180-degree change in zoning. So I ask you, how does this complement or integrate the area? People live in rural areas for what it offers. If the zoning continues to change these rural areas of the city significantly, more and more citizens will move elsewhere. The developer has stated in their proposal that the project will be completely hidden from the road, as it will be situated behind a ridge. This is only true from Sandy Point Road. The neighbors on Pelton Road will have this massive building invading their privacy, similar to this picture. And this is a picture on Tudor Lane in Milledgeville. The developer is suggesting a buffer of trees be planted. We welcome that immensely. Yet in saying that, we have some concerns like the viability of these massive trees they're proposing. With all the bedrock, is there enough soil for large trees to grow and sustain a healthy root system for survival? Secondly, the bylaw states a maximum height for trees and fences is 2.5 meters. With these two things in mind, how can we ensure a buffer is created and will be successful? As you can see from the photo on the right, there is insufficient coverage of privacy and stormwater runoff. And that is my property, which is just below the North Ridge. These insist that a buffer goes along the entire northern property line and must be completed as part of the proposal, along with an addition of a berm. Policy 121 states a proposed development will not have a detrimental impact on the natural environment. I will discuss how this proposal does. Stormwater runoff and poor water absorption due to the clearing of trees, the amount of rock leads to flooding of neighboring properties and contaminates the river. It is my understanding that a sewage pipe will be placed from the lift station and into the river. This will result in raw sewage being discharged into the Kennebecasis River. This would be an environmental and public health concern. This current would most likely direct fecal matter into the cove and onto the beach. Bald eagles nest and hunt in this area. They are one of the many species at risk here, making their well-being a provincial concern. It is not uncommon to see them most days. Any pollutant that contaminates the river contaminates their food supply. The destruction of trees limits their suitable nesting sites. A significant amount of noise from blasting and heavy equipment will also negatively influence nesting and reproduction. This is of grave concern, since construction will be lengthy. The New Brunswick government and Department of Natural Resources state there needs to be limited changes to the environment around an eagle's nesting site. Bald eagles remain on the endangered and species at risk list. We urge you to have the province perform an environmental and species at risk assessment before construction can commence. With river contamination and stormwater runoff, how can this be considered an environmentally sensitive approach as reported in the planner's report? The plan states the municipal plan carefully manages land uses beyond the PDA in the rural areas to preserve the environmental features. I realize that this is a lot of information to review and consider before voting. Having said that, have you had enough time and enough information to reach an informed opinion? There still seems to be a lack of information surrounding the environment, such as raw sewage contaminating the river. Secondly, species at risk will be compromised. Please take the time to think about these questions and these statements. There should not be any construction traffic on Pelton Road. This must be placed under Section 59 to ensure this is enforced. The developer has agreed to this request at the PAC meeting. Secondly, changing the zoning in this neighborhood from rural to major community development is a 180-degree change in zoning. So again, I ask you, how does this complement or integrate the area? With river contamination and species at risk in the area, how is this considered environmentally sensitive approach as stated in the planner's report? And I would like to ensure a sustainable and lengthy buffer be applied, which would require a berm and trees to prevent flooding and privacy. I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. If you wouldn't mind, if you could just stop sharing so I can see my colleagues to see if there are any questions for you. Thank you.
Sorry.
No worries. Yeah, it's a little tricky. There we go. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Common Clerk, next presenter, please.
Yes, Your Worship. Next, we have registered Colin Forsyth.
Good evening. I'm here. Give me a moment. I would like to share my screen so that I can show you my presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. Can everybody see that?
We can. Thank you.
Excellent. Maybe I
Oh,
can.
no. Sorry, Colin. We lost it there.
Oh, did you? Okay. Just give me one moment here. I'll just switch it up there, and we will try this a second time.
No problem.
There we go. Okay.
Here we go.
Yes. All right. Hopefully no technical glitches this time.
No problem.
Good evening, Your Worship, councillors, members of the community. Thank you all for coming this evening. I'm Colin Forsyth. I've lived in the neighborhood for over 40 years. I am an environmental scientist in the community, and I want to talk about some of the environmental concerns that I see with the Ethos Ridge development.
Sorry, Colin, to interrupt you. Could you just, for the record, could we have your address, please?
2151 Sandy Point Road.
Perfect. Sorry to interrupt. Thank you very much.
No, that's quite all right. One of the first things I'd like to point out is the many impacts to habitats. This is a very unique site. It's visible from 11 kilometers upstream in Quispamsis and 9 kilometers downstream in Grand Bay. The site, although only being 20 acres, contains a diverse amount of habitat, including meadow, deciduous and coniferous Acadian forest, wetland, riparian, and aquatic habitats on the adjacent Kennebecasis River. This unique concentration of habitats also creates a unique concentration of biodiversity. I had an independent species at risk assessment conducted for this property. It identified 221 species recorded in the study area. The species at risk survey also identified 23 of the 45 species at risk in the lower St. John River and Kennebecasis valleys that are federally and provincially listed at risk. 17 of those species are listed as endangered or threatened under either SARA Schedule 1 federally or the New Brunswick Species at Risk Act. The aforementioned eagles are actually listed as endangered under the New Brunswick Species at Risk Act. One of the other things that I would like to point out is that I engaged with the New Brunswick Nature Trust, the Nature Conservancy of Canada, and Environment Canada, and they all identified this area as a priority area for habitat conservation due to the unique biodiversity and the threat from development, such as Ethos Ridge. There are also going to be impacts to wetlands. I will note for the council that I am a certified wetland delineator in the province of New Brunswick. I've been carrying on wetland delineations for many years. I have previously assessed this site and I have identified wetland on it. I note that everyone keep mentioning that they have looked at the GONB map. The regulations are very specific in this regard, and they state that the map is for reference only. All wetlands are required to be assessed on the ground, regardless of whether they appear on the map or not. That is Regulation 9080, the WAWA regulations. No wetland delineation other than the previous assessment that I had conducted for the property has been conducted by the proponent. This threat or loss of wetland has the potential to increase flooding in the region, which could lead to liability and cost for the city in maintaining its stormwater network. It also has the potential to negatively impact groundwater recharge. There's the strong potential that this wetland functions as groundwater recharge for local wells, and this could create a liability for those. Additionally, the loss of these wetland habitats is definitely a negative for the species at risk that currently reside at the site. As it stands now, the proposal is in contradiction to New Brunswick's watercourse and wetland regulations. There's also impacts to the Kennebecasis River. Runoff from the site, from the parking lots, for instance, and the raw sewage discharge lift station overflow pipe that has the potential to negatively impact water quality. I'm very familiar with this area. It would circulate that sewage against the beach and in the area. I will also note that this area has been identified by my colleagues in DFO as an aquatic habitat of concern for Atlantic salmon, short-nosed sturgeon, striped bass, and American eel. All also sit on the species at risk legislation are identified. I will also note that the overflow discharge pipe that would dump raw sewage into the river is at 3 times the current legal limit under the federal wastewater regulations and would contradict the Fisheries Act in several sections. There's additionally quite a number of pieces of municipal plan legislation or policies that are in contradiction to this, including Policy NE24 on enhancing biodiversity through the city, Policy NE25 that protects significant natural landforms, and this is certainly unique, as you've heard from both the opposition and Will from the proponent. Policy NE30 that specifically addresses the management of biodiversity. Policy NE11 for protecting environmentally sensitive areas, which include the watercourses and wetlands. NE 18, 19, and 20 that deal again with the protection of wetland and significant wetland. I know that this property had been previously identified to have significant, provincially significant wetland in the past. Also, there's policy NE 35, specifically restricting development in natural and rural areas, which this is. And finally, policy CF 23, recognizing and protecting significant natural open spaces. In summary, the proposed Ethos Ridge development is in contradiction to 10 policies in the municipal plan. The Ethos Ridge development is also in contradiction to at least 3 provincial acts and 3 federal acts that surround the protection of habitat, species, and water. The proposed Ethos Ridge development conducted a Phase 1 ESA and a Phase 2 ESA. Those are inappropriate to be conducted for a greenfield site, as they would look specifically at things like formaldehyde, asbestos, electromagnetic radiation. They do not demonstrate a due diligence in regards to assessing the natural environments and the impacts that such a development would have on the terrestrial and aquatic habitats or species at risk. My concern here is that the lack of technical information and the review of that information, specifically the biophysical information, creates a high risk and liability for the city, the community, obviously the environment, and the project. And it leaves me with a few questions. How will the proponent prevent the destruction of wetland if the assessments have never been conducted? How will the proponent prevent raw sewage contamination of wells if, again, studies on hydrology and stuff have never been conducted? How will the developer prevent the destruction of habitat and species at risk when, again, those biophysical assessments have not been conducted? Why have the appropriate biophysical assessments not been done? The proponent states that they have quite a professional team to investigate that. Some of those team members I am familiar with, and I can tell you they would have been well aware of the need to do biophysical assessment. And I'm frankly a little bit stunned that they did not suggest that. So why was that not done? Anyways, that's all I have to say. And I will thank you all very much for your time. I do appreciate it. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Forsyth. If you could just stop sharing just so I can see my colleagues, then thank you for the thorough presentation. Any questions, Council? Okay. Sorry, Councillor McKenzie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Colin. Colin, you mentioned that there was 3 federal and 3 provincial acts that are being broken with this project. So the federal and provincial government are aware of this?
Yes, I've had discussions with the provincial government and the federal government to notify them of this. However, I don't function, unfortunately, as environmental enforcement, so all I can do is mention and encourage that they investigate this and respond. I obviously will, of course, continue to urge them to look at this, but I know that it is now just starting to come across some of their desks, and that I suspect it'll be interest. Particularly in regards to wetland, most of that work is done during the field season between June 1st and September 30th. So what likely would occur there is that a provincial wetland biologist would be assigned to the case and would come out at that time when an appropriate assessment of soil, hydrology, and hydrophytic vegetation can be made during the growing season. And I suspect it would be at that point that they would begin notifying the proponent of their need to conduct delineation and other assessments as required.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Colin. Thank you. Okay, next presenter, please, Common Clerk.
Yes, Your Worship. Next, we have Joan Pierce.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I have submitted my PowerPoint. So whoever's responsible for moving the slides, we'll have to wait till I say, I guess, move.
Sure, we can
change or something. Okay.
Yep, just one moment, Joan, please. Common Clerk, do we have those slides?
It's under
Your Worship,
traffic.
I'll need to double check that. I wasn't aware that staff was asked to present this one. So if I could just have one.
Yeah, just what we'll do, perhaps, Common Clerk, if you need a few minutes to deal with that item, perhaps we could just shift the order and we'll come back to you if that's okay.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay,
that's
perfect.
Good. And he does have it, I know, because I got a reply.
Okay,
so
no
it's
problem.
There somewhere.
Yeah, no problem. We'll. So, Common Clerk, perhaps we could go to.
Why don't you make it at the end? Sir?
Okay, no.
You know, at the very last one. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just take a few minutes to get those slides. Common Clerk, could we go to another presenter and we'll come back to Ms. Pierce?
Yes, Your Worship. Next, we have Paul and Charlene Chase, please.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening. I'm Charlene.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Charlene. How are you?
Okay, good. I don't have any slide. I'm just going to speak about, I guess, our experience on Pelton Road. So I have been on Pelton, Paul and I have been on Pelton Road since for the last 16 years. We enjoy this very quiet rural area. It's a very quiet country road with no exit and with very little traffic. That's why we've chose that area. Our roads, ditches have not been looked after for at least 30 years because I spoke to the other neighbors, but we accept this, and the roads and the ditches, we don't have good drainage, and it's a big issue, and a lot of the water comes on our property, and we have issues with our well that we have to deal with at times. There are two major issues that we have, and really personally, I feel none of them are being addressed appropriately at this time. As I just mentioned, the well and also the ditches in the road, and then the safety, which is our roads are not safe for pedestrian at this time. Even at this time. And according to the city, we do not have the infrastructure to make them stay safe, but we're going ahead with the project anyway. Who is liable if one of us gets injured or die? Because the city is saying that we do not have the infrastructure to make our roads safe and have sidewalk. I walk every single day with my 2 golden retriever, and our roads are not safe. And with this project, you're going to make it even more busy. City staff is recommending that we use Pelton Road for construction vehicles during the construction. PAC is saying that they're not recommending it. How can the City of St. John get away from suggesting construction vehicle on Pelton Road during the construction of this Eto Ridge development? Have any one of you ever walked Pelton Road? Most of you did not even know where Pelton Road, Peltron, that was called, Pelton Road was before this project started. I walk every single day, as I mentioned, and there's many times that there are issues, and I won't go through them. I can probably count on one hand in 16 years a time when there's been 2 vehicle meeting on Pelton Road. This is how quiet it is. There are three blind areas and 2 specific places on Pelton Road that pedestrians have nowhere to go if there would be 2 vehicle meeting. Thankfully, most time it is one of our neighbors that drives very carefully because they know that the kids, seniors, pets are walking. We have a rock wall that goes right down the hill, and on the other side we have guardrails that are pretty much all broken that protects us from a steep downward hill. If 2 vehicles meet, there are no place to go for the walkers. Most time I just go on the other side of the road if I hear a vehicle, because it's so quiet that I can hear a vehicle that is coming. And I just change the side, I run, and I just go on the other side of the road because I don't want to get hit. And yes, I can really hear the vehicle coming because it's so quiet on Pelton Road, and we're going to lose that. The next topic that I want to speak is damage to our properties and well. Every year we deal with drainage issue which affect our properties. The city has, as I mentioned, has done nothing on our road and our ditches. Every spring we need to give attention to our properties because the water has nowhere to go from the road to our property. It's been manageable, which is spring water, it's spring water runoff, and it's part of living in a rural area and making sure that we drink safe water. Therefore, my concern, I mean, the developer can do whatever they are supposed to do to protect us from having water runoff, but our roads are terrible and we get a lot of problems. So, but there's no suggestion here that you're going to be working on the roads. While the city says that they will impose the net zero bylaw on this project, my concern, will the city really follow up on our issues that we're going to have? At this time, the road and ditches infrastructure on Pelton Road does not allow for good drainage. Therefore, we get dirty water on our property, wells, and in the St. John River. The city is making the decision to increase density in our area, and I would hope that they will put these drainage issues higher on their priority list than it has been for them in the last 30 years. To this date, in my opinion, very little attention has been given to the environment issues and the management of wetland by Ito's development and or the city of St. John. You're always belittling these issues, and I think it's very sickening. The city has not touched Pelton Road and ditches infrastructure for many years. As a community, we are very worried. Pelton Road is at the lower part of this development, along like with Beach Road and Sandy Point, part of Sandy Point, and the potential of unsafe water to drink is going to be enhanced all year round for the next 5 years. Many homes have had water damage throughout the years. The initiation of this construction will enhance the chance of experiencing damage again. Will we, and how will we be protected? Our rural roads are not safe for pedestrians. With the doubling of the traffic with this development, the most dangerous spot for us walking is on Sandy Point Road, where there's a blind hill right before where the workers, residents, emergency vehicle will be turning to go to the site. I can tell you that I've had to jump into a ditch with 2 dogs. And you're saying that you can't change the infrastructure? It makes me sick that the development team is choosing this site and the city of St. John is promoting it. Why not choose an area that is already zoned for this type of development? Plan Has J was supposed to protect our rural community. Millions of dollars were spent, and we're just making the decision to change. Shame on you. And good luck with the structure of the tobogganing hill on Sandy Point Road that will be used to reach your site. The black ice that we often experience, which we can't see when we're walking, so good luck to the cars on that hill on Sandy Point Road. And I think it's going to be a danger to the residents of Ito's Ridge residents and to the staff going there. Last request is we cannot handle construction vehicle on Pelton Road, and what's going to be done to ensure it does not happen. That is it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Common Clerk, are we ready with Joan, the slides for Ms. Pierce?
Yes, Your Worship. Okay. So if Ms. Pierce is available, I will pull up the slides.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So you just let us know, Joan, when you want your next. Just say next slide, and magically, yeah, Jonathan will make that appear for you.
That's right. Very good. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
First of all, Council, thank you very much, and good evening. My name is Joan Pierce. I live at 352 Pelton Road.
Okay, just 1 second, Joan. Sorry. Does that look familiar, Joan? Is that yours?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yep, that's it.
Okay, off we go.
If there's anything more to it. Okay, there should be 10 slides. Okay, right from the beginning of informing the neighbors of this proposed development, don't move to this one yet, Mr. Walton has stated and promised that there will be no traffic related to this development allowed on Pelton Road before, during, or after the construction. He said it again at the PAC meeting. It is stated again in the PAC letter to council. See pages 133 and 142 of your agenda packet. Why then is there a statement from planning stating, and I quote, "The developer has indicated that they intend to limit access off Felton Road, and they are encouraged to do so. However, in certain cases, access may be desirable from Pelton Road prior to the construction of the Sandy Point Road private access." So, already, soil testing has been done by a contractor who allowed an excavator to travel down Sandy Point Road and down Pelton Road illegally on steel treads to access the site. This statement from plan allows any construction vehicle usage of Pelton Road until the driveway to the development is built. This is a loophole, and it has to be plugged. And the question is, who is monitoring all of this? If you put it under the Traffic Act, which I think is where it's suggested that it goes, then you know that nobody will be watching that. Nobody will be checking that. So that is one of our biggest concerns. Okay, next slide. Of the over 60 letters of concern that were received by councillors over this proposed rezoning, there were 95 separate comments related to the impact of increased traffic, the road infrastructure, and the 3 dangerous intersections. And that shows that I think that the neighborhood is really concerned with traffic. Next slide. There are 3 critical intersections in this proposal. All 3 of these intersections involve sharp corners, blind knolls, and sight lines. These conditions are made worse in winter as the lower part of Sandy Point Road is notoriously icy. So access to the development is one problem. Canada Cases Drive and Westmount, the intersection, and the former zoo site at Foster Thurston. Those are all problem intersections. Next slide. This is the current driveway entrance to the proposed site. It is situated at the top of a blind knoll. The proposal is to site this current driveway 5 meters further down this road. The truck was parked right at the driveway entrance to unload an excavator. Next slide. This is the same blind knoll coming in a different direction, coming up the grade to where the driveway access will be. 437 car trips are predicted using this access driveway daily, in addition to the present 600 daily car trips. This brings us to the almost unallowed standard for rural roads. Apparently, 1,000 cars are allowed on a rural road, traffic-wise, but this brings us just to that 1,000 mark. Next slide. This is one of the problem intersections. In the winter, at this stop sign, the sight line is blocked by the snowbank, and it could be quite a bit larger than this. This was the one for one storm this year, but it wasn't a really great snowfall. So you have to pull up beyond the stop sign into the intersection in order to see what's coming and going. And this intersection is used by 2,000 cars daily. And note how narrow the street is when it first gets plowed. Next slide. This is the same intersection, but in a different direction. This is coming up Kennebecasis Drive. So it's the top of Kennebecasis Drive. Nearly all the traffic from the Kingston Peninsula Ferry travels through this intersection. The traffic study conducted by the developer says that most ferry traffic travels along Kennebecasis Drive towards Milledgeville and the city. This is simply not so. The estimate for daily car trips through this intersection, without including the ferry traffic, is estimated as over 1,500 cars daily. This makes 173% more traffic through this intersection from this development, and that is certainly a significant number, whereas everyone is saying, the planning staff is saying, there will be minimal impact. It won't be significant. The developer says there's hardly any impact, and a traffic study done by the developer said there will be insignificant impact. Can't see it. 173% is certainly more traffic is certainly an impact. The developer has proposed stop signs that are currently yield signs in order to mitigate traffic problems here. This would make a bad situation worse in the wintertime. It might work in the summer, but when there's snow and ice, if both yield signs were made stop signs, slippery roads in the winter would cause vehicle control problems. You'd have to go up quite an incline at that yield sign right that's shown in the picture. And then coming the other way past that gray house, there's another yield sign, and that is downhill. And when the road is slippery, you have to make a turn. You could easily, if you had to stop, you might go out of control. Next slide. The Crandall study, which was the developer's study, made very little reference to this most dangerous intersection of all, Foster Thurston and Sandy Point Road, through which a large percentage of cars traveling to and from all the streets surrounding this proposed development travel daily, through which cars from Quispam-Sis and Points East travel daily to work and study at the hospital and university. Next slide. In 2010, residents complained to Common Council that due to the volume of traffic on Foster Thurston and Sandy Point Road and the challenging topography of the road and other contributing factors such as the short sight lines and speed of cars, this intersection was dangerous and very unsafe. In the 2 years previously, there had been 18 accidents in the vicinity. So that was in 2010. The city completed a traffic study in 2011 that concluded the residents were right to be concerned. Staff concluded that it is a dangerous and unsafe intersection. They concluded that traffic signals would not be an effective solution, and they suggested that a design and feasibility project for potential upgrades at the intersection of Sandy Point Road and Foster Thurston Drive would be undertaken. That was 11 years ago, and nothing has happened. The intersection is still dangerous and unsafe for turning, especially turning to the east. Since 2011, more single-family homes have been built in the area. More traffic travels daily to the hospital and university, and this proposed development will add 173% more traffic. As a result of this ethos proposal, planning staff has committed to having the city place the construction of a roundabout into the city's 10-year infrastructure plan. This sounds very much like what the city proposed 11 years ago. This route through this intersection is a provincial highway, which means the city will have to negotiate with the province for shared responsibility for the construction of a roundabout. What is the likelihood of a Higgs government loosening the purse strings for such work? Cash-strapped as the province is, it is highly unlikely that there will be a roundabout at that intersection for another decade or more, in my opinion. Next slide. The key traffic findings from Crandall, and quoted, trips generated by the proposed development would not be expected to have a significant impact on traffic operations along Sandy Point Road. Increases in delay would be marginal. No infrastructure improvements would be required as a result of the proposed development. City planning staff apparently agree. Daily use of these roads lead residents of the area to disagree with all three of these statements. There will be increased traffic by 173%. There will be delays at Foster Thurston and Sandy Point Road, and there will need to be infrastructure improvements. The developer has offered several traffic measures to mitigate safety concerns. However, he can't change the blind knolls and curves or move rock from sight lines, and he can't change the fact there will be at least 173% more cars funneling through busy intersections, adding to the neighborhood roads. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions, Council? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Pierce. Next up, Common Clerk.
Yes, Your Worship. Next up, we have Miriam Jones.
Hi. Good evening, Your Worship, councillors, members of the community, neighbors. My name's Miriam Jones. I live at 443 Pelton Road with my spouse, Joe Galbo, who's lurking behind me somewhere, and our son. We've been here for a little over 20 years now. And I've got 2 comments and a question, I think. Our neighbors have made some excellent points already, and so I won't go over those. I did.
Oh, Ms. Jones, I think you muted yourself. Let me see if I can.
Okay, no, I did.
Oh, there you go. No problem.
Okay. I've been very irritated by this rhetoric about, looking after seniors, increasing seniors housing, that sort of thing. I mean, as very soon to be a senior myself, of course, I am in full sympathy with looking after seniors and increasing seniors housing. But the fact of the matter is that this type of installation is not going to do that. I mean, if the CBC story, I think it was in the CBC, we were quoted rents at the facility being between $2,900 and $4,400 per month. Now, I was just reading that the average net salary in New Brunswick is $2,498.59. So that means the average salary for a working family or working person in this province is less than the lowest rent at this facility for retired people. So I'm not sure what kind of clients they're looking for at Ethos Ridge, but it's not people that live in St. John. It's not people that live in New Brunswick, at least not most of them. You know, it's going to be a very small percentage of people that live in this province that could even afford to live in this facility.
Ms. Jones, I guess, sorry to interrupt just for a second, just to ask, the purview of what we're dealing with tonight is around the municipal plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment. And I guess we won't be debating in any way who can afford the units or who can't. And I just ask if we could if there are specifics to those couple of areas, if we could get your comments about those issues, that would be great.
Okay. Okay, well, I just a flag then. I'd like to flag that rhetoric. I mean, let's be clear what we're talking about here. It's a luxury facility that we're talking about building. I would like to say one thing about the Plan SJ. Calling it a living document strikes me as incredibly cynical. I mean, that essentially means we can ignore it completely if we're saying it's a living document. It's completely flexible. We can do what we like with it. We can change it into something else. I'm not sure how many times we were told it was a living document. Well, I mean, it's either full of guidelines we're going to follow or it's not. And to say it's a living document, well, is the law a living document? Are the 10 Commandments a living document? I mean, it's just cynical. We have those guidelines. We agreed on them, and I think we have to have pretty good reason to put them aside, and I haven't heard good reason. The one thing I specifically wanted to talk about that specifically I'm worried about is our wells and our septic here. We heard that the proposed facility is in a transitional area between the suburban area and the unserviced area. Pardon my dog. He's upset too. There's been no discussion, to my mind, about dealing with this. So, I mean, the city seems to be very pleased at the opportunity to increase the tax base with such a facility, but it's going to be on the backs of those of us who are living in this unserviced area on the other side of the transitional area. There's been no offer to turn us into a serviced area. So we're living there with wells and we're living there with septic. And we've heard from Colin Forsyth about what potentially could happen to the wells. We've heard from Charlene about the roads and the infrastructure. And it seems to me that at the very least, there should be something proactive going on in terms of an offer to fully service the area before the building starts, rather than waiting for the inevitable problems that are going to happen. I mean, I think that should be a basic beginning part of the negotiations. And to my mind, that's a compromise. I mean, I like well water. To agree to city water, to my mind, is a compromise. But no one's offered it to me to even make that compromise. So I'm deeply upset. It seems to me that the city is trading a swath of people that actually live here, that are part of this city, for some potential gains to a tax base that they're imagining down the road sometime. And I don't think that the rights and the interests of people who actually live here are being looked after appropriately. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you. This is a dog-friendly council, Miriam, so we'd love to hear the dogs barking. So thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Next up, please, Common Clerk.
Your Worship, next we have Daniel Guest.
Okay, thank you. Are you with us, Mr. Guest? Okay, Mr. Guest, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. I'm not sure if you're muted or... Perhaps then, Common Clerk, we'll go by and then we'll come back and see if we can find Mr. Guest. Okay, next up then.
Okay, next on my list, Your Worship, we have Corey Kinsella.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm here.
Hi, Mr. Kinsella. Are you on the phone or? Oh, there you are. Great.
No,
okay,
I'm on the computer.
We see it.
Am I able to share my screen?
Yes, you are. Can you give us your address, please, Mr. Kinsella?
Absolutely. It's 305 Pelton Road.
Okay, great.
I have 2 properties here on the street and 2 more family properties on the street. So I'm kind of representing all 4, if that makes any sense.
Yep, perfect. Thank you. Over to you.
Can you see that?
We can, yes.
Okay. So stormwater concerns is what I'm here to talk about this evening. There are 2 areas of concern regarding stormwater management. One of the areas is east of the ridge and the other area is west of the ridge. Oh, sorry. Thought I had this started. So yeah, east and west. There we go. The west area will be the most altered by the project. In addition, the roofs and the paved areas increase the overflow, or overland flow, excuse me. In some cases, this can be upward of over 500%. The city's drainage bylaws addresses this by implementing the requirement for net zero discharge. This requirement effectively mitigates the risk of increased discharge, overwhelming the existing infrastructure and ultimately adversely affecting the neighborhood properties. However, it does not address the decrease in groundwater recharge. This can have impacts on adjacent drinking water wells, and in the past, new house construction in the areas have resulted in neighbors needing to drill new wells or even go deeper to account for localized impacts to groundwater. How can we be sure adjacent wells will not be affected? Will the proponent be required to develop a groundwater management plan? So residents living closest to the development, which is highlighted here in yellow, already experience localized flooding due to the nature of the topography. Can we be sure that changes to the site grading will not adversely affect the neighbors? What if the design does not perform as intended? If the blue dot is an approximate location of the proposed pumping station, part of the design is to have emergency overflow that will discharge untreated sewage into the Kennebecasis River. Do our rivers really need to have another discharge point for sewage, especially when it's so close to our beaches and children that swim? Stormwater infrastructure in this area is a culvert crossing Pelton Road, highlighted in red. After reviewing the City of St. John's storm drainage design criteria manual, this culvert was found to be lacking design aspects currently required by the City of St. John. Cover appears to be 300 millimeter or less. To ensure this infrastructure is protected from damage, the city should consider prohibiting heavy vehicles and construction traffic from traveling on Pelton Road. The manual also says any culvert greater than 300 millimeter in diameter and longer than 25 meters requires grading. Being greater than 300 millimeters, requires grading. Being greater than 300 millimeters in diameter and 300 millimeters or 30 millimeters in length, the culvert meets the criteria requiring it to be equipped with grading. However, it is evident in the picture on the right that there's no grading present. And I apologize if I've repeated myself. I'm just following some notes. The outlet also lacks erosion protection, and the bank of the Kennebecasis River is eroding, as you can see here in the photo. As a result, during heavy rain events, sediment is deposited into the Kennebecasis River. The other area is closer to home. This is pretty well, runs right through my property and ejects across the street onto the next property that we own. The other area of concern on the east of the ridge is the area that hits, like I said, it affects me the most. And I'm most concerned with the culvert under the Pelton Road, which is highlighted in red. The picture on the right is the outlet of the culvert under the Pelton Road. The inlet is 750 millimeters in diameter, corrugated steel pipe, but the outlet is 450 millimeter HDPE pipe. It's a dramatic reduction in the pipe size. The City of St. John's Stormwater Design Criteria Manual recommends against reduction in culvert diameters, let alone reduction of almost 50%. Considering the catchment of the area, the culvert is nearly 12 hectares, and the culvert nearly covers 12 hectares. The outlet culvert may actually be undersized. The culvert also meets the criteria for inlet grading, but that is not present. It is evident from the picture that erosion protection is lacking, given the surrounding of both the east bank and the stream bed, depositing sediment in the retention pond located on my neighbor's property. There is potential for erosion and flooding damage to our properties, net zero discharge or not. The existing infrastructure does not conform to the city's current design criteria. This is not unreasonable to expect, considering our neighborhood is zoned rural residential and rural resource. The proposed rezoning is exactly why Plan SJ was developed, to stop urban sprawl and achieve densification in areas with infrastructure that can support it. How can we be sure adjacent properties and wells will be protected? That's all for me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kinsella. If you could just stop sharing so I can see. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, council, any questions for Mr. Kinsella? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next up, Common Clerk, please.
Yes, Your Worship, and I wanted to advise that Mr. Guest did email me and indicate that he's not presenting tonight.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Next on the list would be Paul Desjardins.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And Mr. Kinsella, are we able to stop sharing there ourselves, John? Okay, you got it. Thanks.
Good evening, Your Worship, and fellow council members.
Good evening.
My name is Paul Desjardins. I live at 2121 Sandy Point Road, across the street from the proposed new development and just down the hill a bit. Now, my talk tonight is a bit of a different take. I'm talking about the quality of the fire department and how this development is going to be an issue. Now, the city of St. John has been in the past a very successful city. When they started back in the 1700s and the Loyalists landed, they started the city with a plan. They planned the streets, they planned the area, and the city of St. John, in their infinite wisdom back then, also planned for fire services. Back in 1863, they bought the top of the line fire equipment for the fire stations that were in the city of St. John. Now, mind you, the city of St. John's footprint back then was maybe a tenth of what it is now. And all of the fire stations were in the uptown, south central area, etc., from Union Street on down. Now, the city, they had their plan, but mayor and council at the time, back in the 1800s, they started to pinch pennies when it come to the fire department. And what they did was these fire engines, which were pulled by horses, they loaned out the horses to other departments, therefore handicapping the fire services. And you all know about what happened on June the 20th, 1877. That was the day of the Great St. John Fire, where we lost an immense amount of the city within 13 hours.
Mr. Desjardins, Paul, just trying to keep this within, I appreciate the history lesson on our fire service, but specific to land, what we're deciding tonight is land use.
Yes.
That's what the public hearing is for. Could we get to some comments around the land use and any concerns you have there, please?
Well, the safety of the land use is my concern. We have closed down the Milledgeville station to save millions of dollars a year because the city needed to cut the budget. Now, we have had medical emergencies in the area where the fire department has responded, and it's taken them over 12 minutes to get here. Now, you're going to put this building up over a hill, down the other side of a ridge, in a completely wooded area. Now, the woods in this area are tinder dry in the summertime. Should someone who would be a resident of Ethos Ridge, be out for a walk on a hot August night, smoking a cigar or cigarette, inadvertently chuck it into the bushes, we would have a forest fire there that would be unprecedented. And unfortunately, our fire services are not prepared to meet that task at this time. And therefore, I believe that
I'm sorry, Paul.
Ethos Ridge is an unsafe place.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Paul, but we've heard in the presentation that our fire chief, again, I think you're out of scope. I understand the concern related to land use and zoning. We've already heard from staff that the fire chief has reviewed this and is comfortable. I'm just.
Well, it's odd though that on the weekend there was a garage fire and it.
Yeah, but Paul, no, Paul,
was in a complete flux.
Paul, that's there's a lot of misinformation that was spread in the Union's Post. We're not here to debate that. We're here to have a discussion tonight with your concerns on land use, zoning related matters.
I believe the land use is an unsafe use of the land because of the fact that we can't protect it with our fire department at this time.
Okay. Okay, the point has been received. If you. Okay, is that the summary of your comments, or is that?
That is a summary of my comments. Okay. We can't provide protection for this area for a 125 unit of people who are senior citizens, vulnerable members of society, and we're going to put them down in the furthest place away from all the fire stations in the city. I don't think it's right.
Okay.
If you have any questions of me about it, please, I'll be happy to answer any.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you. Not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. Desjardins, for your comments. Okay, next up, please, Common Clerk.
Your Worship, next up we have Robert Bazalik.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you, sir. And I get a sense that perhaps we didn't pronounce your last name right. Could you help us just to make sure we're...
Sure, no problems at all. My name is Robert Bazalik. I live at 433 Pelton Road.
Bazalik. Okay, thank you. Good evening, sir. Over to you.
Good evening. Thank you, Your Worship and members of council, for allowing me to speak to you this evening. Mr. Walton of Ethos was quoted by CBC News not long ago that he was not concerned about the access to medical service at this location. I quote, "People mentioned the issue of the fire service station closing in Milledgeville. That presents problems. But when we looked at the service times, they are still like everything was in compliance with what would be required to keep people safe. I worked as a career firefighter for 28 years in the city of Vancouver, Vancouver Fire Services. When I retired, I was number 5 in command of the second largest fire department in Canada. My last 12 years of service were in charge of the 911 dispatch center, where we dispatched over 85,000 calls a year for 8 different fire departments. I can assure you that from my 28 years of experience in dealing with medical emergencies, Mr. Walton has no idea what he's talking about when it comes to the safety of the residents at this location, nor have any idea how he came up with such a ridiculous conclusion, other than that perhaps he is more concerned about the building of this development than he is for the safety of his residents. The Adelaide, as you are aware, the Adelaide Street Fire Hall is the closest to the proposed Ethos development. An 8-minute response time for ladder 5. When we had the time for the 911 call, time to answer the call and dispatch the call and have the fire apparatus leave the hall, that 11 minutes now turns into 11 minutes. These times are mandated under NFPA 1221 and 1710, which I'm quite sure the fire chief is aware of. Arrival times are based on ideal driving conditions, longer and wet or icy conditions. From the time, NFPA 1710 states that from the time the apparatus leaves the fire hall to the arrival time should be no more than 4 minutes. We are at 8. The chief says he has no problems. The building will be sprinkled. He's correct. The building will be sprinkled. But how Canada wide stats show that 96% of deaths from fires are a result of smoke inhalation.
Sir, Sir, just again, I just for consistency, related to the, I know your concern registered with the safety concerns, as was our previous speaker, related to the land use and zoning, which is what we're considering tonight. Did you have comments related to that?
Yes, I do. I'll just flip through most of this. Our neighborhood is a small, quiet neighborhood with a mix of seniors and young families with children. Many families have lived here for over 30 years. We have been neglected for nearly 30 years. We have limited city services, no curbs, sidewalks, limited street lighting. The road has been in need of repair for well over 10 years. Stormwater management is almost non-existent. Ditches do not meet the city's own standards for drainage. In some places, the ditch is less than 1 foot below road grade. We have no sewers and no city water. On March 16th, 50 concerned neighbors wrote to the PAC and voiced their objection to this development. 12 spoke to the committee, while 7 spoke against it. Of the 7 that spoke against it, 3 were from the west side, 1 was a hired architect company, and 2 from the hired landscape company. 1 other was a local resident. The Ethos traffic studies were done in the middle of a pandemic when St. John was locked down. Schools closed, Somerville Ferry not in service, and businesses shut down. They supplemented their data from a study 10 years out of date. The authorization of this project will increase local traffic by over 100% and nearly double the neighborhood's population. In the early 2000s, when the Council of the Day granted approval for the building of the Fieldstone subdivision, residents found that they were unable to use their well water for well over 6 months due to drilling and rock blasting. Fieldstone is 1.5 kilometers from my property. Ethos is less than 40 meters. But we have been told not to worry. Ethos Insurance will cover any well or septic issues that may develop. If you've ever had to deal with an insurance company, you know that is an uphill battle that can take months or years to resolve. Homeowners will have a costly fight for any damage compensation through litigation. They state that the pumping station is currently at capacity and has currently not been updated at this time. Ethos' own calculations state that they will produce an average 131,000 liters of wastewater and sewage a day. This will lead to an overburdened system and the pumping of raw sewage directly and wastewater by Ethos directly into the Kennebecasis River. As you are aware, St. John is a city of neighborhoods, each with its own unique geography, personality, and density. Our neighborhoods span from the historic to the recently built, from urban to rural, from dense and vibrant to spacious and peaceful. These incredibly diverse areas combine to form the city that we all love. This is actually stated in the St. John website. So I want you to think about that, the neighborhoods. For those of you that are not running for re-election, I thank you for your service over the years. And for those of you that are running for re-election, I remind you that this is an election year. There are so many reasons why this neighborhood is wrong.
Sir, that's not... honestly, I would please ask you, I mean, we understand this is an election year. We also understand we're here for the best interest of the community. Please don't. Some will misconstrue your comment as a threat, and I hope that's not how you meant it.
No, it is not a threat. And I'm just stating that people remember what happens. What you people do tonight will be remembered by the people in this neighborhood and other neighborhoods. And I'm saying there are so many reasons why this development is wrong for our neighborhood. But it seems to always come down to the city is looking for more money. Are you truly interested in the neighborhoods of St. John and the quality of life that they provide its citizens, or ruin a neighborhood for the wants of a developer and a few dollars for tax money? That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, comments, council? Okay, thank you for your long service as a first responder, sir. Thank you. Okay, next presenter, please, Common Clerk.
Yes, next we have Lena Zotova.
Okay.
Good evening. Can I not use my video?
You should be able to. We're not controlling that.
No, I mean, can I
Oh.
stay without video?
Oh, sorry.
I
Yes,
can turn it on if you want.
yes, you can.
Okay, good evening. So my name is Lena Zatova, and I live at 2101 Sandy Point Road, just across from where the site is going to be developed.
Okay.
I live here for almost 5 years now, and we picked this location as a quiet neighborhood for our new house. While I'm not at all opposed to city growth and development, I don't see how this specific project would fit into our quiet rural neighborhood with single-family homes. I find the area is not at all suited for such a monstrous development and such a steep terrain. My driveway, in order for us to get our driveway built, we had to dig into the soil, mountain, whatever. Sorry for I don't for a lack of English words. And it's still the steepest driveway I would find in the neighborhood. But I could see the hill where the site is going to be developed right from my window, and the terrain is 10 times more steeper than mine. I see it as potentially not possible for access vehicles such as like emergency and fire vehicles to reach should there be a need, especially in the winter. So many other speakers mentioned narrow roads without sidewalks and open ditches, which are unsafe to walk, as well as traffic on intersections, which I agree 100% are very, very, very busy intersections and unsafe near where the zoo is. So basically, that's my point. I don't see how and why specifically this site has been chosen for senior homes, other than maybe some lucky ones that get a river view. I don't think it really fits into the area at all. So I vote against this project and rezoning of our area.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments and your presentation. Council, any questions for our presenter? Okay, thank you again for your presentation tonight. Next up, please, Common Clerk.
Next up, we have Doris Ward.
Sorry, you cut out there for a moment, Common Clerk. We had who, sorry?
Oh, Doris Ward.
Okay, great. Miss or Mrs. Ward, are you with us tonight? Okay, well, we'll circle back, perhaps, Common Clerk. Just let's keep going.
Yes, Your Worship. And next we had on our list Larry Harlow.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harlow, are you with us? Okay, let's keep going.
And next on the list is Rakesh Dokia.
Dokia, okay. Okay, Rakesh, are you with us? Okay, let's keep going.
Next, we have Margaret Hayward.
Good evening, Margaret. Are you with us? Okay, let's keep going.
And the next on our list would be Wayne Jolino.
Okay, Mr. Jolino, are you with us? Mr. Jolino?
Speak. Hello.
Oh, hello. There we are. You're looking
evening.
good. You're looking good tonight, sir. Welcome.
I'm a longtime resident of Pelton Road. I live at 420, and I would like to register my opposition to the Ethos Ridge project. And I would urge council not to accept this project because it is totally incompatible with the neighborhood and so flagrantly contradictory to the current zoning, which does accurately depict the area. I don't believe, in addition, I don't believe there's sufficient supporting evidence to support a project of such magnitude, particularly in the face of overwhelming opposition from the local community. I urge council to vote against this proposal, and my other comments have been pretty well covered, so I won't take up any more time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jolino. Thank you for your letter. It was very well written. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Any questions, comments? And okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Next up, please, Common Clerk.
Yes, next we have Jill Jolino.
Okay. There, hi.
Evening.
Hi, good evening, Jill. Over to you.
Okay. I live at 360 Pelton Road, and I fully support the concerns and issues that my community colleagues have and will raise this evening. I believe I have a presentation that the Common Clerk is going to show for me.
Okay, just pause for a moment. Common Clerk, do you have that queued up?
I do. Just one moment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. You just say next slide and he'll move it along for you, Jill.
Okay. I do not dispute the beauty of the proposed buildings. I do believe that it is irrelevant to our concerns this evening as you decide the appropriateness of changing the zoning of the land so drastically to allow for a large commercial complex in an area of rural residential homes. Next slide, please. This diagram illustrates the overwhelming opposition of the local community to this development. The red dots indicate opposition by individual landowners and citizens of St. John. The only Pelton Road resident not included as opposing is Ms. Donaghy, who has stated she remains neutral as she feels she has a potential conflict of interest. I wish to speak to you about the lifestyle and the safety of the residents of Pelton Road. At the close of the PAC meeting, Ms. Lord asked for the condition that no vehicular traffic associated with the construction before, during, or after construction be allowed to use Pelton Road. Andy Reid asked for clarification of the conditions proposed by the PAC and itemized them. When he reflected on the banning of construction traffic on Pelton Road, he asked Mr. Walton if he, quote, wanted to weigh in on that. We haven't heard from the developer on this condition. Mr. Walton replied, and I quote, I think the only exception there would be a service vehicle accessibility for the station that is going to be right around that cul-de-sac on the land. And the engineers were saying that would be a one-time annual thing. So, but all other vehicles, no access during, after construction, end of quote. Mr. Reid replied, perfect. The conditions were set into the motion from PAC to accept the proposal and agreed to unanimously. Let me quickly show you the road we are speaking of in case you're not familiar with it. Next slide, please. This is the turn onto Pelton Road from Sandy Point Road. Next slide, please. Up the hill to a tight turn immediately into a steep decline. Next slide. Down the hill, braking when realizing the steepness of the hill and the twist in the road, all the while gravity is pulling and the vehicle is accelerating. I have lots of experience with this, watching trucks that deliver propane or fuel oil or dump trucks head down the street and brake in when they see what they're about to face. Next slide, please. As you travel along Pelton Road, you can see that there are very poor sight lines along the several twists for vehicles and all those who are walking or biking. Close proximity, including Pelton Road, we have 20 young people who catch the bus every day. These children play together on the weekends and after school, riding their bikes and running along the roadways. Next slide, please. Continuing along the road, next slide, please, into a sharp right angle turn onto the cul-de-sac. Next slide, please. This is the end of the cul-de-sac. There is no parking for employees of construction or delivery of construction materials, as the road is just wide enough for 2 passing cars. Next slide, please. We're heading back down Pelton Road. You can see there's only 1 lane available if anyone has parked on the road. Next slide, please. Narrow roadway, no curbs, no sidewalks. Next slide, please. Moving along, many twists and turns and blind corners. Next slide, please. This is last week's rain-filled ditches along the road. The road has very poor conditions and would not sustain any construction traffic, especially over an extended period of time. Next slide, please. Last week, I hate to think of what it looks like today. Next slide, please. This is heading back up the hill. A snowplow rear-ended a neighbor one winter as they made one of the turns, not knowing someone was slowly and legitimately trying to drive up the road. If you're going back up this hill, the experience of many a snowplow going back up this hill is that they have had to lift its blade just to make the hill, resulting in 1-lane road at a blind knoll going up a steep hill. It has remained in this condition for many days at a time. Unfamiliar drivers often do not realize how tightly to the shoulder you must make this turn to avoid unseen oncoming traffic. Leaving this to bylaw enforcement rather than a Section 59 amendment is disingenuous. We are all very aware of the difficulty in enforcement, and I'm not doubting the goodwill of either the developer or the city to encourage adherence. I am a realist, and many having to access this area do not know of the conditions and structure of Pelton Road would Google the directions and head on down. The only way to ensure our safety and the ability to continue our way of life for the 2+ years of construction and onward is to uphold the condition recommended and agreed upon as part of the approval process. The developer would then be obliged to inform all contractors, employees, and delivery persons. Next slide, please. So I leave you with the question, why do the people on Pelton Road have to alter their lifestyle out of concern for their safety, driving, walking, or biking? PAC recommended the condition for their approval. Mr. Andy Reid verified the statement, and Mr. Walton agreed to the condition that there would be no construction vehicular traffic on Pelton Road during or after construction. This condition must be included in the approval for this development, should it go ahead. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you. Not seeing any. Thank you, Ms. Gelano. Next presenter, please, Common Clerk.
Next, we have George Logier.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. Your before you start, your address, please, Mr. Lozier, for the record.
Your Worship, I live at 4 Lentook Avenue in St. John, New Brunswick, just on the corner of Kennebecasis Drive and Lentook Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening to yourself and to the councillors. I'm just going to kind of drift along here and explain some things that I think is wrong with this site. But one of the things I talk about and what I've heard in my previous people talking about this area is that 40, 50 years ago, if you look and use your imagination, most of those places on Pelton Road and Beach Road down at the very end of Sandy Point Road were nothing but cottages. So all this area was just sandy, was just dirt roads. Eventually, people started taking those cottages and building them over into homes. And some of the people started building on Pelton Road, and which made more advantages to the city for their taxes. But the city didn't really do a whole lot for these areas. All they did was put a paved road in. And that infrastructure, if you look at the other places in the area, when you looked at Westmount Drive, when it was built, there was already infrastructure on Kennebecasis Drive that they could attach to. Ken Bay Estates, where Andy Somerville, and that's where I lived, when he built this place, there was infrastructure that he could connect to on Kennebecasis Drive. Brigadoon Terrace with Percy Wilbur, and we know what that was like for the city council at the time, but he connected and along Kennebecasis Drive. True North connected to the infrastructure in this area, and Fieldstone connected to its own. But if you look at the rest of this, the end of the street from Sandy Point Road down to where Beach Road is, where it dead ends, nothing was done. There's not even one pipe that directs the water anywhere except underneath the culverts. So my feeling is, why hasn't the city, and this is a concern too, because right in the proposal, you're proposing, or they're proposing, that they take their infrastructure and take it out on the road, dig up the road, and put it right up to Westmount and Kennebecasis Drive and connect onto that pipe. So they're saying, well, and we're saying that the road is not wide enough for one thing, and even in your very own presentation by the city, it says in page 128, pedestrian walkway, Sandy Point Road, was constructed to a rural standard and does not have sidewalks. Staff review possible implementation in accordance with the city sidewalk infill strategy and found a traditional concrete sidewalk with curbs would not be a priority in this location, even post-development. Furthermore, the cost of the sidewalks is prohibitive here because the lack of storm drainage infrastructure. Where does that surprise anybody? As an alternative, the developer has agreed as part of the reconstruction of the portion of Sandy Point Road to provide an enhanced pedestrian walking surface. What does he mean by that? He means he's going to widen the road and put tar and asphalt along the side of the road so that people can walk. Well, even so with that, it's going to be narrow. The whole street should be built as to the infrastructure codes of the city, so that people can have safely walking places, and the infrastructure should be the city's responsibility down Sandy Point Road.
Mr. Lozier, can I just ask you, I understand your concerns about existing infrastructure. I guess just specific to your concerns around the land use for the hearing tonight, can we focus in on those issues?
Well, the issue being is that you're going to allow this company to build their own infrastructure on our streets. All of a sudden, you're not responsible anymore. The city's not responsible. They're responsible for the infrastructure. Now, I was talking to Crandall's, and Crandall's simply said to me that they were going to connect with a 5-inch hose on a 12-inch sewage system.
Well, a 5-inch pipe, that's what I've got in my house. They're putting in a pumping station that's going to have 134,000 liters of water a day pumping through it with a maximum, and that's in their proposal, with a maximum of 423,000 liters. Let me ask you a question. If you put that kind of pressure on a 5-inch hose, what do you think is going to happen to it, a 5-inch pipe? I would definitely see that there would be some breakage in this line. And if you've been on Kennebecasis Drive, and if you know anything about Kennebecasis Drive, and I've been here 27 years, the pipe and water pipes and the sewage pipes at least break once a year. I've known on the hill just above the ferry that, for what I see, they've been fixing a hole up there every year. There's always been somebody there digging a hole and fixing the water main or the. This is all to do with the infrastructure of this place. How does a place like this, in an area like this, get that kind of okay? I really feel like I'm in front of 9 people, not 12, of my peers, and I'm in a courtroom, and I've already been said that I'm guilty. That's the way I feel. We talked to PAC until 12 o'clock at midnight. What happened? Okay, all the way. This place, this Plan St. John, these people have paid taxes down there 40 and 50 years. And I disagree with your Andy Reid. He states that a building on these lots, you're only going to get a couple of houses if it's unserviced. But if you put that 20 acres of land in service, you'll be able to put one every 100 by 100 feet. Or 70 by 100, whatever a lot goes now. This doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Common sense would say, if you got 125 apartments, you know what they're going to say? Oh yeah, I got $50 million in this project, and the city's going, is what you're doing. You're going, yay! It's happening. It's going to get a few $1 million. I think it's 1.3 or 1.6 million dollars a year for taxes. You put the same amount of houses on there, what do you get? I pay $5,000 for my taxes right here, and I'm on the corner. So what now in this whole neighborhood, there's Jim McDonald lives across the road from me, and he's paying $10,000.
So, Mr. Logier, can we just ask you to maybe?
Yes, I know what you're saying, but the point of my statement is that the city is looking at this as a money-making deal and not as a neighborhood-friendly deal, and that's what I have to say.
Okay.
And as far as that, the New Brunswick government has an interest in Sandy Point Road, and from down where Sandy Point Road starts to down to the ferry, that is part of you can call on the government to help you finance any infrastructure that you're going to have to put in place here. I know that. I've talked to the government. I've talked to them about their the concerns about the wetlands. They don't seem to know anything about this company having presented to them a proposal where there was going to be an environmental study. This to me just boggles my mind, because that's a big piece of land, and as Colin said before, there was wetlands on there. Maybe not on the map that's there now, but there has been wetlands, and as he said, in previous times, there's still wetlands there, and this has all got to be done. And I'm not happy with the way this is going. They say it's not in my backyard. Well, it's not in my backyard. I don't live anywhere near it except for maybe a quarter mile down the road. But I believe in fairness, and this is not fair. I know the world is not fair. Life is not fair. But this place is not a place where this building. When you had Shannix down there, that was all connected to the waterways that you had in place. All the infrastructure was there. Here, there's nothing, and you're going to allow them to delegate or the way that they're going to build that structure coming up the 240 feet to Kennebecasis Drive. I don't think it's a reliable or a viable situation. And I'm sorry if I get a little upset, but I get passionate about some things that I talk about, and I really like to think that when you guys decide this, that it's in fairness and you're not already made up your mind like some people that I know on this council.
Yeah, hold on, Mr. Lozier. No, nobody, we are in a public hearing process. We've had more phone calls and more emails and more calls from citizens than anyone else. We've worked through this process. The timeline, please don't. That is your opinion. That is your perspective that folks have made their mind up. That's what we're here. We're hearing you. We're hearing your neighbors. We understand our job. You're amongst peers. We're citizens as well. So please don't suggest that we've made our mind up.
I mean, you and I and the top line of row here. I know you also. I know you. I've spoken with you and at the hockey rink, and I've spoken to Shirley many times. And David, we worked on the same thing at Stone Church.
Okay.
But anyways, I apologize for my enthusiasm.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Any questions, council? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lozier. Next presenter, please, Common Clerk.
Next presenter, we have Greg Collins.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, I'm here. Just give me a moment, please.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Collins. Okay,
can you see my screen?
I can see it. Thank you. Mr. Collins, can you just tell us your address, please?
Certainly. 467 Pelton Road, St. John.
Perfect. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
So good evening, Your Worship, Don Darling and Common Council. My name is Greg Collins and my wife's name is Alicia Lozier Collins. We are the owners at 467 Pelton Road, St. John. Have lived here since 2015 and our property is adjacent to the lot next to the proposed Ethos Ridge site. We are in opposition of this project because of the location of the project. We are not opposed to the idea of Ethos Ridge. In fact, this project could be particularly good for the city in the right area with a proper financial review. Today we are speaking up and speaking out not only as citizens of St. John, but also as people who have developed buildings with multi-units in the city on more than one occasion, who currently own nearly 30 units in the city. We are pro-growth for our city and we want to see the city grow and flourish. If this project was subdivided for single family or two family homes, we would support this immediately. In fact, amending a plan for more homes fitting the neighborhood would be more character representation of the neighborhood. The question we must ask is what cost to the city do we move the city forward? What cost to the city do we move the city forward? We feel our concerns are not being heard or considered. Building height and visibility. The current zoning of RU does not fit the requested building size of 19 to 24 meters. Rural zoning allows for 11 meters currently in height. The proposed building size ranges from 27 to 42 feet higher than what's permitted for RU zoning. This building will be from 64 to 80 feet in height. As previously stated from others on the agenda tonight, this is a 180-degree change from a single family, two family, or mobile home use of the current zone. This is not a minimal change as outlined by city staff. This is a 180-degree change. Why does the developer need to have a 125-unit building? What is the current vacancy rate for senior homes and facilities of care? Why can the building not be moved down to 2 stories at 75 units or thereabouts? Would this be a better overall fit for the neighborhood? Yes, it would. A question has been raised at PAC regarding buffering, and this is one that will affect us immensely. It is still not clear about the buffering. How are 30 and 40-foot trees going to be planted? Are they going to be bringing in trees fully mature, or are they at 2.5 meter in height? Since the city bylaw states it can't be any higher than fences at 2.5 meters in height. Who will be monitoring the buffering for properties? Currently, an existing wood lotted buffering between the site and our house is very minimal. I have a pure sight line from my property to the adjacent 150 meters. There is no wood buffering there. Pelton Road and public safety violation. The safety of Pelton Road is a concern for my family of 4, including 2 children, 2 dogs as well, and all the residents of Pelton Road. At the PAC Council on March 17, 2021, Section 59 conditions state, no vehicle access to development off Pelton Road. What does this mean? We've heard it from several people tonight, with Andy Reid and also Scott Walden confirming no construction vehicles permitted. Now there is a loophole in that agreement. What about a construction equipment accessing the land or development site off Pelton Road? The traffic bylaw states this is a $25 fine. Will this be a $25 fine for violation? Or will there be stop work orders implemented to protect the safety of our neighborhood? Construction equipment emergency response vehicles will not be able to navigate Pelton Road. A Section 59 amendment needs to be added and state, quote, the developer must build and construct a road for access from Sandy Point Road before beginning construction to avoid the use of construction equipment on Pelton Road, end quote. This will ensure the safety of the people living on Pelton Road. Environmental impact, water and sewer infrastructure. As mentioned earlier, a Phase 1 environmental site assessment has been completed. For those that do not know what this is not an environmental study on the impact this project will have on the surrounding environment. This is for the purchaser of the land to determine if this land is contaminated. The ESA has nothing to do with any potential impacts of the environment. Why has the developer not been instructed to complete a hydrology report to ensure our wells and septic services will be protected and not disrupted? The Q&A mentions this study is being, the Q&A mentions from the Ethos website mentions this study hydrology report is being performed and will be shared with the public. Is this something that the city should have in hands before approving a project to go forward? I feel it should and must, considering the services in place in our neighborhood now. When we're talking about services in our neighborhood, we're talking about wells and septic. This is not city services. It's a very different and unique situation. In summary, the city needs to put a Section 59 conditions on the project. Construction equipment emergency response vehicles will not be able to navigate Pelton Road. The Section 59 amendment, as I mentioned above, is listed here once again. The developer must build and construct a road for access from Sandy Point before beginning construction to avoid the use of construction equipment on Pelton Road. This will ensure the safety of the people living on the road. City put a 59 on the size of the building. Section 59 condition on the size of the building to limit the height to a 2-story facility with 75 units, reducing overall parking, traffic, impact on the environment. A hydrology report needs to be conducted prior to moving this amendment forward for building permit. The city needs to put a condition for developer to have a 20% bond on the development to ensure there are funds to cover potential damages adjacent to wells and septic. Insurance is not going to be an easy road for anybody that has any potential damage. So if this is a $1 billion developer that we've heard, then a 20% bond to cover damages should not be an issue. The city can deny the request for a zone amendment based on not having an environmental impact study at this time. We heard that this is a provincial matter, but the city can also table this until further discussion or until this has been approved or reviewed. Have the environmental impact report completed before the project is pushed forward. Thank you for your time and consideration. That's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Collins, for your presentation. And stop sharing, I'll just so I can, Council, I'm looking at the little screen below. Any questions for Mr. Collins? Okay, I don't think I'm seeing any. Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. Common Clerk, next presenter, please. And just folks, by my list, we have perhaps one more. We'll circle back to see if there's anyone wishing to speak in opposition, and then I'm proposing a 5-minute recess, bio recess, just to run and just to stretch our legs for a moment, and then no one sign off, and then we'll come back and reconvene. Okay, next up, please, Common Clerk.
Yes, so next we have John Mowat, please.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mowat, are you with us?
Your Worship, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can.
Thanks.
Good evening.
Good evening. You mind if I share my screen?
Yeah, no, go ahead, please, Mr. Mowat. Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Mowat. I live at 470 Pelton Road.
We're not seeing it yet, Mr. Mowat. Maybe you just try again. It can be tricky at times.
There. Yes. Okay. You happy with that? How's that?
Yeah, we have it now, Mr. Mowat. Yes.
Great. Thanks. So they say you can't fight City Hall, so that begs the question, what am I doing here? I hope to impress upon the Council the importance of some issues involving the Ethos project. These include the need for a comprehensive fiscal analysis of the project, an assessment of the delivery of emergency services, and understanding that it is of paramount importance that the city does its due diligence and ensures this important decision is made once all the necessary information is available. This neighborhood and the entire city needs you to make the right decision. Contrary to what some councillors have said, it is the purview of this council to investigate the fiscal viability of this project. Plan St. John clearly addresses this in the 12th chapter entitled Implementation. In particular, section 12.3.4 addresses the fiscal implications of development. It states that future growth should be in areas the city that can efficiently provide municipal services, and the council will evaluate the fiscal implications of a new development. In particular, policy 1.7 states that the council shall have regard for the fiscal implications of all planning applications that require council approval. To this end, policy I-8 states that council may require a comprehensive fiscal analysis to be undertaken by a qualified professional at the developer's expense to assess the fiscal impacts of the major development projects as part of its considerations of planning applications. The plan defines a major development as having a total value of additional assessment resulting from the development that exceeds 40 million. My understanding is this is a $55 million project. Policy I-9 goes on to state, council shall, when considering the fiscal impact analysis, ensure that it addresses the service costs, including the cost of transportation and public transit, wastewater, water, stormwater, police and fire services. This really encompasses much of the neighborhood concerns. The council has been given the power through these policies to demand a fiscal assessment, and they should use them. Another area that requires further assessment is the delivery of emergency services. Plan SJ policy MS 60 states that council shall consider the impact of new development on the provision of protective and emergency services and seek to minimize emergency response time. According to the planner's report to PAC, the fire department was consulted and they had confidence in the sprinkler system. The concern is not fire suppression. The issue is response time for medical emergencies. It is important to realize that services to a seniors complex are different than that of an apartment complex. One example is the number of emergency calls. If we consider the Chateau Champlain as a comparable facility, EMS emergency response volumes in 2019 was 154 responses. These are true emergency calls, and they don't include planned ambulance rides to the hospital. This works out to 1.3 EMS responses per unit per year. If you extrapolate that to the Ethos project with its 125 units, that would you would anticipate approximately 163 annual calls, or about a EMS call every other day. This begs the question, did the planner investigate the volume of fire truck dispatches and response times of the fire services? If they have not, they should, prior to considering a rezoning application as described in policy MS 60. People who come to live in Ethos Ridge will assume they have received an appropriate level of service for elderly residents. This assumption would be based on the fact that they are living 4 kilometers from the hospital, and this is a new facility that was built with the approval of the City of St. John. This council has the obligation to these elderly residents. If the council rezones this rural area to a major community facility and does the extraordinary act of moving the primary development boundary of the city, it signals to these residents that the city has done their due diligence to protect this vulnerable population. If the city cannot provide these services, they should not be rezoning the land. The required due diligence for this decision-making process should not be rushed. The city needs to do its homework and have all the facts in order to make an informed decision. There are many unanswered questions that have been raised concerning traffic safety, Pelton Road use during the construction process, stormwater runoff, well integrity, and environmental issues. These issues are in the absence of a comprehensive fiscal analysis, including an assessment of police and fire service costs. If the Ethos Ridge project is viable and properly planned, the delay to obtain appropriate information should not be material. The developer has plenty of time and assistance from city staff and business development organizations that support the city. Local residents affected have not enjoyed this level of support or time to protect their interests. I understand the opportunity may be great for the city, but there are also great risks. The council needs to do its due diligence and have all the facts in order to mitigate the risks to the residents of this facility and to the citizens of St. John. This is about due diligence. I would urge this council to obtain a comprehensive fiscal analysis of the project as suggested by policy I-8 and I-9 of Plan St. John. Council should also consider the impact of protective service and emergency services as contemplated by policy MS 60. In conclusion, you need this information as well as answers to the questions my neighbors have been asking before you make such an important decision. I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. If you wouldn't mind, just if you can stop sharing. I just
working on it. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, thank you.
There you go.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay, council, any questions? Okay, thank you. It was very thorough. Thank you, sir. Okay, Common Clerk, next presenter, please.
Your Worship, you had mentioned you'd like to go back to the 4 names that I had that weren't present.
Yeah, we'll just double check.
Taking a break.
Yeah, just double check the list again, please. Yeah.
Yeah. So the listed names were Doris Ward.
Where's Doris?
Okay. Okay, I'm just going to mute you, Mr. Mowat. I'm going to mute you. Thank you. Okay. Next name, please.
Okay. Yes, Your Worship. So next we had Larry Harlow.
Okay, Mr. Harlow. Okay, next name.
Next name is Rakesh Dokia.
Okay, thank you. Next name.
And the last name was Margaret Hayward.
Okay, thank you. I'll just ask if there's anyone else wishing to speak in opposition. That I think we see everyone registered. Those were the names we had registered. We've called multiple times. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? I'll ask again if there's anyone wishing to speak in opposition. And the last call, I'll ask if anyone's wishing to speak in opposition. Okay, not hearing anyone. Thank you. It is 8:58 by my clock. Folks, we'll take a recess until, please go quickly, excuse the pun, not 9:05. We'll just take a 5-minute recess and we'll see you back at 5 after. Thank you, everyone. Okay, welcome back. Common Clerk, can you just help me see if we've got everyone here? Okay, well, all the screens.
Yes, Your Worship, I'm just double checking to see that we're not missing anyone.
I see 7. So Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Norton. Okay, there's Councillor Norton, thank you. And Councillor Armstrong, perfect, okay. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. Thank you for everyone is right on time. Thanks very much. Okay, so we're now preparing to move to those wishing to speak in favor of the proposal tonight. Same reminder, I guess we've been, it's a little after 9 o'clock. Same reminder, we'd ask you to be succinct, concise. If the person before you has said something you agree with, you can agree with it, and we'll try to have each speaker come in around 10 minutes or less, and we'll go to our first presenter. Please, Common Clerk.
Yes, Your Worship. The first registered speaker we have is Scott Walton.
Okay.
Hi there. Can everyone see me?
Good evening, Mr. Walton. We can see you and hear you, yes.
Good evening. Okay, I'm just going to open up with something, then I'll share my screen. So I live at 215 Germain, Uptown St. John. Hello, your councillors in worship, Mr. Common Clerk, YouTubers, everyone that's watching tonight. First off, I just want to say thank you to the staff for putting so much time and effort into this. It's been 4 months of work and consulting different agencies, and our team absolutely agrees with the staff and PAC team recommendation to proceed ahead with this project. So just to start off, growing up, we all remember the battle of family and friends' families with grandparents moving into senior housing facilities. This brought on a lot of resentment, bitterness, and a breakdown in relationships. And it kind of goes contradictory to what you do in life. You're always upgrading to better accommodations throughout your life, from bunk beds with siblings to college dorms to one day your own home. But for some reason, when it comes to senior living, it's almost always a downgrade into a facility or institutional style place. So I'll share my screen. Do you see my screen?
We do. Thank you.
Great. So our answer to this predicament is the Ethos Ridge vision, which includes a combination of a great design with a location that really invigorates people and drives active living, connection to nature, social connectivity, which means making friends and keeping existing relationships in a beautiful place. It really wasn't easy to find the right site. We had stringent criteria once we established the vision. To create this oasis experience with all of our amenities, we needed a lot of a certain size. We needed waterfront access and a lot that was filled with trees for a true New Brunswick experience. We wanted elevated panoramic views instead of the typical view of a gas station or a highway. And so we narrowed the list down to about 6 sites within the PDA. But none of these sites met even a few of the criteria that we had on our list and posed a lot of challenges when it came to the development. And on top of that, none of these sites were for sale. So the site as part of this project is really a paramount aspect that allows us to deliver on the experience that we want to create for seniors. So to make this dream a reality, we have a team of great people. Between our team, we own over 50 companies, 700 real estate units, and have experience with the design, planning, and development and operating of over 1,500 senior housing units. We have investors worldwide supporting this project, many of whom do several $50 to $100 million developments annually. Leading the design, engineering, marketing, and planning is a team of skilled, creative, and thoughtful people from well-respected organizations. The engineers are all professional and designated and take every measure to make sure that we're over-engineering any technical challenge we're faced with in our project. The designers make sure that every square foot of the property and building make the vision of an oasis in New Brunswick a reality. Our main goal when it comes to engineering is making sure we have a net zero impact for every challenge that we face. And in some cases, we actually improve those circumstances. Our central belief is that if you create an inviting space for residents, they'll move there electively instead of when they slip and fall in the shower and break a hip. That is a giant leap forward in the industry, but it's not enough. We didn't want just a place that was interesting for the residents, but we wanted a place that was interesting for their friends and their family. We interviewed over 100 seniors on what they value most in life, and almost all of them said that their friends and family, time with their friends and family were paramount. So at the heart of our mission are happy St. Johners making their own choices and creating happy memories. The second pillar of our development is active living. Our site will have hiking trails with viewing decks with different ratings in terms of difficulty, kind of like a ski hill. The site itself is very refreshing and will promote an active lifestyle, fresh air, tranquility, and immersion in a forest setting. Residents will have access to wellness programs in the building and on the property. The underlying goal is maximizing mental and physical fitness. Thoughtful integration required thoughtful engagement. So we actually got way ahead of what was required in terms of canvassing the neighborhood and engaging people in that neighborhood. We started going door to door 3 months prior to when we were needed to, and we were glad we did because that brought up a lot of great ideas and suggestions that came up that we factored into our design and development. We spent over 100 hours directly consulting the neighborhood and mostly listening to their current concerns and questions. We iterated designs weekly based on community feedback. As you can see here, we addressed a number of the key concerns by adjusting our actual development. We bought extra land so that we could connect to Sandy Point instead of coming off Westmount or Pelton. We expanded our traffic study 4 times to address community-led questions that came up. And we elected to implement different improvements in terms of traffic calming in the area. We really did a lot of work on the building on the site. Originally, it was much closer to the Pelton Road. And based on people's concerns about visibility, noise pollution, light pollution, we actually shoved it way over to the west side of the lot. And now it only occupies 18% of the overall site. In the very beginning, we actually proposed that we would have the development up on the hill, and we heard a lot of concerns about that. So we moved it down below, right next to the water on the property. We placed the building in an area that would minimize any digging and blasting. And we plan to approach the construction with an approach that respects all the neighborhood that's around us, as well as any regulatory concerns. So the neighbors presented a comprehensive list of questions since day one, and they continue to do so even up to tonight. We've done our best to take these questions to our engineering teams, to the architecture teams, and post them on our website. It's not often that a developer does this, but we wanted to be transparent about the entire process. We didn't shy away from any question, and yes, there was some that are confidential, like people asking for a business plan, but any technical questions we're able to go back to people with. At PAC, they asked for our environmental study. We provided that. They asked for our shadow study. We provided that. And since then, there's no major concerns that we haven't addressed or have committed to looking into further. And no experts to date have brought up that this project should not go forward. So just moving into the benefits of our project, it really benefits 4 different stakeholder groups. Believe it or not, St. John isn't a very sexy place to attract investment to. When you say Atlantic Canada, people think Montreal. When you say Atlantic Canada to Canadians, they think Halifax. And so changing that perception is a difficult task for us. We have a shrinking population, and I think all of the developments that are happening in the city, including this one, are a way to change that perspective. The people backing this project are serious investors, and they're viewing it as a pilot project to make more serious investments in the city. They trust our team as their conduit to make this happen. And as mentioned earlier, yes, we have billionaire families in Europe, and they need to get that capital to work. And so if we can prove if we can change their perception on St. John as a safe place to invest, they'll continue to do so. During the past year, we saw 55,000 people leave Toronto, 27,000 people left Montreal. They're moving to secondary markets like St. John. We want these people, we want to attract them to St. John, and we're already getting rental inquiries from people across Canada. For the city, yes, as mentioned before, it is an increase in tax revenue. It's a pretty substantial one, and it's something that gives back to the community through public safety, recreation, arts, growth and development, parks, transportation. For the neighbors, we designed this with you in mind. We occupy only 18% of the property. We want to preserve all that natural, beautiful canopy that you cherish. We're upgrading a bunch of the site features that you already use, like the hiking trails, the sliding hills. We're adding viewing decks, beach access. We're minimizing light pollution and sound dispersion with buffering and unidirectional lighting and acoustic dampening technologies. And we're electively fixing problems that have already existed for the past 10 years. An authentic Oasis experience means minimized impacts both ways for our residents and the neighbors. Ultimately, we'll be making the area safer, more inviting, and improving the quality of life and upgrading these amenities that the neighborhood already loves. So in terms of the demand, the market is way underserved. The demand supply ratio is 4-to-1 right now and doubling over the next 10 years. In 9 years, there'll be 37,000 seniors in St. John. All of the existing communities are at capacity and have wait lists. We have one of the highest senior populations in Canada at 36%. This project does align with many of the land use and municipal plan priorities. It's a dense, ecologically sustainable development in our city's secondary primary center. Ultimately, we want to make Milledgeville a more enjoyable place to work and live and follow progressive urban planning trends that sets our city up for success. We need to recognize that this is a powerful moment to set the stage for the next 10 years of municipal growth, where we tell all these investors around the world that St. John is the right place to live, invest, and grow. So all I ask is that you trust our team, not just me, even though I'm the dartboard right now, but to trust our full team that we will fulfill our promise of net zero impacts through good engineering and design. We're already complying with conditional terms. We've elected to pay $5 million to extend the services onto our site. So you don't have to believe what we're promising, just look at what we've already done. This vision is the first of kind for St. John, New Brunswick, and Canada. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walton, for that. If you could just stop sharing so we can see if there's some questions for you. Perfect, thank you. Okay, maybe we'll just use the hand function, folks, just so I can cap. I'll start with you, Councillor Sullivan, and then we'll go around. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Walton, thanks for your presentation. A lot of talk from the neighbors with regards to Pelton Road construction traffic. I know at PAC you had agreed with them and said it shouldn't be a problem to keep construction traffic off of Pelton Road. Has that changed at all?
So our main construction access will be our own driveway, which we'll build first. So we're aligned with staff and we'll use it as our main construction resident access as soon as it's built. There are necessary uses of Pelton access listed in our submission, including construction and servicing of the lift station and installation of the power entrance, but we would only do so with the city's approval. So if I spoke out of turn, I apologize at the PAC session, but there were some exceptions that are required for servicing things like the electrical entrance.
So for servicing, can you describe the sort of vehicle that would be? Like servicing electrical, I'm seeing a van. Like, are we talking heavy equipment or are we talking a van with equipment in the back?
So for that example, I would imagine it's more than a van. If you're adding an electrical entrance from the end of Pelton onto our property, it'd be a truck with a boom.
Okay. You're not talking bulldozers and transport trucks and okay. The sewer overflow, that is a concern. Can you share any information about the capacity of the pumping station and, you know, what sort of incident would trigger that overflow to happen? That seems to be quite a concern.
I know that our engineering team has looked at that, and we're approaching it in a way that we'd handle it similar to any other station around St. John. So we haven't, like, there's been nothing in our assessments that would say that we'd be outside of the norm when it comes to that.
So the private pumping station you're creating is to be the same standard as the city's pumping stations that we have around. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's an emergency outflow. So it's like the engineers have all of that handled, and they can provide more info if you'd like.
No, I appreciate that. That's something I can ask our, if it's going to be some consistent with ours, then I can ask our engineers later. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Last question. You had said you had looked at 6 sites, and this was the one that ticked all the boxes of your criteria. Can you give us a couple of examples of some of the sites you looked at that may have been within a PDA?
Yeah, sure. There was 2 over west, 2 in Milledgeville, and 2 others that were a little bit closer to development. So in summary, some of the reasons they didn't work: one was right next to a train yard. It was close to the ocean, and much higher likelihood of contamination on site. There was some previous industrial infrastructure there. Another one, the elevation was too steep. It was too far from critical amenities, very close to other industrial infrastructure that could present problems in the environmental assessment. 2 other ones also had elevation issues, couldn't access the water. There was insufficient access to the property itself. Another one had strong currents, steep beach. There was an NB Power right-of-way that bisected the property on a diagonal, making construction very difficult. And then another one required a high degree of complexity to fully utilize the site and connections. And as mentioned in the presentation, none of these were for sale. So even if one of those did tick all the boxes, we couldn't purchase it.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. I really appreciate the detailed response. I just want to clarify, you had mentioned that in your market studies that senior independent living in the area were at capacity and had waiting lists?
Yeah.
Was that your information?
Yes. So the reports that CBRE did independently identified that. They also, a part of their market study, do secret shopper phone interviews. And our team also did internal secret shopper phone interviews. So the vacancy was at capacity or just about at capacity for all of the next best options in the market.
Okay. Which in our location would be Chateau Champlain and Shanix.
Yep, and Loch Lomond. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Your Worship.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor McKenzie, next up, please.
Thank you, Worship. Good questions, Councillor. Those are a couple of ones that I was going to ask. I guess for me, I'm looking for what do you need from the province to proceed with this? I mean, I'm hearing a lot of concern about water runoff, polluting the river, wetlands, you know, stuff that really is provincial responsibility.
Yeah, I think Colin brought up some good points that we're already looking into. So we already electively hired a hydrogeologist to help us with water runoff and contamination issues. We did a site visit the other day to look at some of the speculative wetland areas that were pointed out. There's nothing, like, after reviewing all of those questions, there's no showstoppers there. It's just good engineering. And again, we've over-engineered the heck out of this project already, and we're going to continue to do so. So whatever is required to comply with the regulatory bodies, we're going to do, and we're going to do it at our cost if necessary.
Okay, the other thing I'm interested in for you is you're going to have a construction crew, rather large size construction crew. Where are they going to be parking their vehicles while you build your road and try to clear your land and all that? Where does the parking going to take place?
In a place that doesn't disrupt the traffic. So I don't know exactly where they're going to park, but again, like, our approach to construction is minimal disruption to the neighborhood.
Okay, so you'll find a lay-down area to put the cars.
Yep.
Okay, I guess Councillor Sullivan asked my other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Walton. I just have a couple questions. When you, it said in the presentation, or when we heard from the citizens about that you were going to perhaps, I'm not sure of all the facts yet, but perhaps widen the roads, put in asphalt, sidewalks, whatever else on city property, and I'll check with staff, but has staff advised you that you have to do that to city standards, or are you, that hasn't been discussed yet?
I mean, anything we do has to be done to city standards. And the widening of the road, or a portion of the road, actually came as a request from the residents. Like, they told us that it was dangerous already to walk on the portion of Sandy Point. And so we elected to say, let's widen this a little bit so that people are more safe when they walk there. So it was an incremental cost to the project, but again, we wanted to make sure that people felt safe walking.
So do you plan to put asphalt sidewalks along that road, or at least on one side, or do you know yet?
I believe it's a tar and gravel mix with a widened walking area on the side of the road.
I see. Okay. The other thing, I just was curious, you said that the marketing research has told you that Shannocks and Chateau are sort of, you know, there's not much vacancies left. Have you done, I assume you've done some kind of a marketing study to show that people would like to live in that area where you're proposing the development?
Yeah, and that was, so CBRE kind of looks at it from an independent standpoint of the total market and saying, like, you've got this many people over 65 in this income bracket, based on what you're charging, this would be the demand. But we did our own analysis where we actually interviewed about 100 seniors that live in long-term care facilities and senior apartments and their houses. And that's where we really narrowed in and validated the demand from a qualitative standpoint. Like, do they care about a really nice waterfront property? Do they care about this active living component? And that work really validated that there was a qualitative need there. So yes.
Okay. And is there any way that you could give me an idea, like you have, I think in the proposal, 5 years, will it take you 5 years to build this complete project, or is there any way you can tell me what would you have people living there? How long would it be before people would move into this facility if it goes ahead? Like, what would be the first part, or would you do one part and then another, or would you wait till the thing was finished?
We'd like to do it all in one go, because if you phase things out, it just stretches out the construction period for neighbors. And so for us and our investors, they want to see a very short construction period. And so minimizing it is in our best interest, minimizing that time period. So the current plan is to be in the ground before the end of this year, and the construction period to last somewhere between 18 and 22 months. So definitely well before the 5-year mark. And again, sooner the better. We'd like to pre-market the rental units as we're doing the construction so that we can fill it up quick. That would minimize visitation traffic to the site as well.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy. Mr. Walton, can you just speak to, you know, I think you've talked throughout your presentation to hearing the neighbors. We've heard a range of concerns. I'll have some questions for staff when we get to that portion of the hearing. Can you just speak to density? And I guess I'll just disclose them. I came from a development background, so I mean, I think I understand why. But can you speak to, density and sort of some of those numbers. We've heard tonight from some folks that said, if it was smaller, if it was 75 units, can you just speak to density and how it impacts your financial modeling and plan?
Yeah, I think for the experience we're looking to create, where we're going to have a lot of these amenities on site, you do need a certain scale to make that work. And I think it's convenient to say, oh, why don't we just do a subdivision? But it's $5 million in infrastructure costs to service that lot. So you do need something of a certain scale to make everything work. But we still think it makes sense in terms of the neighborhood integration, because we're shoving all of it in one corner of the property. And again, it's only taking up about 18% of the overall footprint. So a lot of things we heard neighbors say, we don't want clear cutting, we don't want displacement of wildlife, we don't want light pollution, we don't want sound dispersion, we don't want all these things. And a lot of them express we want a subdivision, but a subdivision goes against all of those points. By doing a high density development that's kind of sequestered off into a certain part of the property, you're really maintaining that natural kind of rural experience that people really enjoy in that area. So it's kind of the best of both worlds. And from a city standpoint, it's a very efficient use of tax dollars, because you're not in a subdivision, you're going to have to plow all those sidewalks, you have to service the street, you're going to have to deal with sewers and all that, and they're worried about water contamination. Well, if you do a subdivision, you got all those new wells going in and impacts to people's water tables. So we think it's actually a really balanced approach that makes sense. And I think when you look into urban planning trends, densification is needed. It's not necessarily needed down in the downtown core, especially with this project, with the New Brunswick experience that we want. It really it's a combination of those things that makes it work. I hope that. Question.
Yeah,
sorry.
No, it helps. Thank you. And then just my last question for now. The project team that you had assembled, your engineers, your architects, they're going to continue. If you're successful here, they'll continue through the process with you. That's the project team. I mean, I understand folks will maybe come and go, but you're surrounding yourself with experts and professionals to carry this project through.
Yeah, I mean, we got 3 architecture firms involved, which is pretty much unprecedented, a landscaping architecture firm, a senior housing architecture firm, and Acre, which is, I don't know what you call them, but they're a great architecture firm that does experiential based designs and they kill it. So yeah, we're already working on the next phase of this and we've got a really good team behind us.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Well, we'll move on. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Common Clerk, next presenter, please.
Yes, Your Worship. Next presenter on the list is former Mayor Norm McFarland.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. McFarland. Are you with us?
Am I there?
Yes, we can hear you, Norm.
All right. I'll be quick, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Mayor and Council. I'd like to thank you for your service, and especially for the last long 5 years. So thanks to each and every one of you. I'm the former mayor of our great city, and I'm here to support Scott Walton and his project that is before you this evening. First, I was very disappointed to read about this project in the paper a couple of weeks ago, where there was a big section where it says quite a step for a first-time inexperienced developer of any kind. This developer is Scott Walton, and this is what we want in St. John. People like Scott, who has the finances, the backing, and the vision for this project, and possibly more here in St. John in the future. I personally would have hoped we would be more supportive of him or any other young person who wants to invest in our city and not take his money and possibly go somewhere else where they would be happy to have him and his vision and money. My understanding is we have 3 developers in the area who oppose this project. To me, this is a time when they should all support each other so everyone has an opportunity to move our city forward. As a senior, I feel this project fills a void in our city to live active and social lives in a great environment where everything is available, close to a hospital, close to city center. This will attract residents from around the province, from Canada, and possibly outside in the States and in Europe. I know there will be costs to the city for this development, but look to the future where the taxes will be approximately $1 million yearly and will employ 50 full-time employees when completed, but will also employ local contractors, engineers, and architects during construction, plus all the services they will require once completed. Our city has so much potential, and our landscape is second to none. Just imagine this project setting in a wooded, secluded area and also on the water. Sounds like a little piece of heaven to me. I've been so impressed with what is going on in St. John with all the new construction in our uptown area, and it's so nice to see cranes back in our skyline, and especially the new announcement of the waterfront, another at the head of King Street. And I thank these developers for their vision. These are terrific, but we also need a development like Scott's Scott is proposing. This just adds to the diversity for our city. So I fully support Scott, his team, his vision, his financial ability, who also lives in St. John, and his wife is from St. John and wants to invest in our city. I know there are concerns, but let's work together and make this great project a reality for our city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know the answer to this question, but once you're your worship, are you always your worship? So thank you very much, Norm, for presenting tonight.
I understand it is the only title that you carry on with you.
Oh, there you go. Okay, well, your worship, thank you very much. Are there any questions for his worship tonight? No. Okay, thank you very much, your worship. Thanks. Take care. Next presenter, please, Common Clerk.
Next, we have Steve Carson.
Oh, you cut off. I think that was Steve Carson of Envision.
Steve Carson, your worship. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Carson.
Good evening, your worship, members of council. I'll just be brief as well this evening. I'm with, I live at 1 Sealy Street. I am with Envision St. John, the regional growth agency. And we were involved and have been involved in this project through our legacy organization, Develop St. John's, since 2019, really since early in its conception. And we have been really very impressed with the team, the vision, and particularly how it, as you know, at Develop St. John, we did a lot of work around evaluating the market demand, looking at the demographics, looking at the kind of products that we need to ensure that we have and are able to grow as a community and continue to attract people and investment. And so very early on in the project, we saw this checking a number of those boxes, in addition to, as Norm just pointed out, a local investor, someone with a lot of passion and a great vision, assembling a team that includes some significant investors from outside of our region, which is also a big part of what we needed to do as a community. And so it certainly checked that box as well. As Scott and the Ethos team continue to build out, this is arguably one of the best teams in terms of architects, engineers, and the skills that have been assembled that we've seen in this community, certainly in my experience, to bring the project to life. So we helped them through kind of the site selection process, the research that was done, again, their emphasis on quality of design, and early community engagement and meaningful community engagement, where they listened, they shifted a number of key components of the project to ensure that they were mitigating many of the concerns of the residents. This project we really see as a really critical product in terms of our ability to really ensure that we've got, and we're competitive with other cities in our region and across North America to compete for this demographic, and in particular, as Scott has pointed out, We know the data in terms of the aging population in Atlantic Canada, in New Brunswick, and obviously St. John. So we also, and I'm not sure because we're virtual tonight and the order of speaking, but we also we work with Turner Drake obviously to evaluate this in terms of the market study and to validate a lot of the numbers that the Ethos Ridge team was looking at, which were all validated by our team at Turner Drake that we had engaged. But we also engaged EDM planning consultants, and Margot Young is going to be speaking this evening at some point. I'm not sure it was right after me or not. But really what we had asked Margot to do, and Margot has assisted communities around Atlantic Canada in planning advice on municipal plans and how municipal plans evolve, and in particular, the change needs for communities to want to position themselves for growth around the different products that are now coming on in demand in various markets.
Sorry, Mr. Carson, you cut out just for a moment. I think you said, in particular, the changing demands. You cut out for.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Yes, Margot and her team really look at municipalities and advising them on their municipal plans, and particularly how they have to evolve to change to meet the changes in market demands and how that impacts good planning. And so we engaged EDM planning to review this project, review the staff report for this project, and really validate that this is best practices that both the community and the planning team have brought to this. So Margot will be speaking to that directly at some point here this evening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carson. Any questions for Mr. Carson? I just have a quick one, Steve. How would you characterize the supply of products sort of right now in terms? I guess I'm thinking in terms of rental vacancy, supply, the need for sort of ongoing supply. How would you characterize that from your seat?
Well, in fact, we asked Turner Drake, as you know, okay, as we've briefed council in the past. We engaged Turner Drake in 2019, but we re-engaged them a number of months ago to assess what's happening in the market today. As we're fortunate that we've got a lot of great projects that are either out of the ground or potentially coming out of the ground, and we wanted to evaluate the impact that was having on the products and the products that will continue to have demand for. So the good news is the work that was done in 2019 had a slow, medium, and kind of an aggressive predictions in terms of what our demand was going to be. What the research shows is that we're trending towards the demand being to the very aggressive numbers. So because even accounting for all of the projects that are currently coming out of the ground or still on the drawing board, there is still a lot of deep demand for apartment living, and a lot of that is because that market has changed fairly dramatically in terms of the perception. Up until a few years ago, apartment living was seen to be something that's too bad you can't afford a house. You must have to kind of downgrade and live in an apartment. Well, that's not the case any longer. It's a lifestyle choice. And so whether it's empty nesters or young professionals, they want that lifestyle choice. They don't talk about how many square feet the bungalows are today and how many garage doors they have. They talk about the lifestyle that they have where they live. And so that's really what's driving a lot of the demand, and that's where the market's responding. So the short answer, I guess, is that the work that Turner Drake have done for us in the most recent research is there's still a shortage of products at all levels, whether it's single family homes, apartments, or seniors. We're still, over the next 5 to 10 years, are going to have to build out significant numbers of units each year to meet that demand.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carson. Okay, thank you. Next presenter, please. Common Clerk.
Yes, next we have Percy Wilbur.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Wilbur. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Your Worship and Council. I'll be very brief as well. I live at 1121 Kennebecases Drive, which is just up the hill from the proposed development. I'm a local developer, and I want to express my support for this project. The group led by Scott Walton seems to have followed all the proper procedures asked by the city and the community of developers. They've hired a very professional, experienced team, which is very commendable as well. Their team, which seems, their plans seem well thought out and respectful of the neighborhood. And I feel they've gone beyond what is required of them. As you well know, and as all of us know, we need development in our city. So when a private company comes with investment dollars to our city, we need to welcome them and roll up our sleeves and make it happen. That's not to say at all costs. We must find ways to respect our neighbors and our neighborhoods, as well as the environment, and grow at the same time. I think that ethos seems to have the neighborhood and the community in mind with this project, which will help lead us all to prosperity. As you know, a rising tide floats all boats. And I think that this development will be a big plus for our city and our community and my neighborhood. There's dozens of professional and construction jobs for the next several years. There'll be 50 plus employees full-time afterwards. He's investing $50 million plus in our community, which leads to more residential density. So I guess in summation, I support this because it's an investor coming to the city to help us all prosper. And I really think that he's gone to great lengths to appease the neighborhood as best as he can. And that's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wilbur. Any questions? Okay, thank you, and thank you for your continued investment as well. Thanks. Okay, next presenter, please, Common Clerk.
Yes, next on the list is Sandra Cook.
That's going to be Sandra and Monica here.
Hi. Hi, Sandra.
Hi. Yes, Monica and I will be presenting together.
Okay. And just for our audience, in case everyone doesn't know, could you just perhaps tell us who you're, what firm you're with, or who you are, just as an introduction?
Absolutely. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship and Council. So my name is Monica Adair of Acre Architects, and I'm joined with Sandra Cook, landscape architect of Brackish Design Studio, soon to be moving to New Brunswick. And we are part of leading the design team engaged by the developer to help execute the vision of this exciting project. But today we are here as advocates for meaningful seniors development and why this site matters. As co-founder of Acre Architects, I lead a practice of storied architecture where we want people to believe they can live better. Acre Architects has a vision to change the world by creating 100 transformational stories by the year 2030. Ethos Ridge is one of these stories. But beyond being here as an architect who is committed to improving the way people live their lives, I'm here as a resident of Milledgeville, as a mother with aging parents, and as someone who aspires for great things for my city of St. John. Ethos Ridge is a development that is invested in quality design by creating a livable, sustainable building that produces a positive outcome, not only for caring for its residents, but for the people who work there every day, for the seniors who want to spend meaningful time connected to their family and friends, and for the community in which it will call home. After living a full year in a pandemic, this project could not be more important in exploring what it means when we talk about quality of life, especially for seniors. In the past year, we have all come face to face of how our spaces and living environments shape our mental health and well-being. It has also brought to the forefront serious conversations about the limited availability of choices for our aging demographic. This is uncharted territory as Canada's senior population is expected to grow by 68% in the next 20 years, and St. John with some of the highest numbers. The projects we build today stand as representations of how we see ourselves as a city, what we value, and how we care for others and how we care for our citizens. From accessibility to sustainability and addressing climate change, Ethos Development is a project that seeks to push the boundaries of what meaningful aging in place can mean and the way we design to get there. Ethos Ridge is grounded in the principle that nature is good for all people. It's a different type of project. We all can benefit by having the opportunity to learn through this development that aspires to push beyond the all too typical model that we're seeing everywhere for seniors housing. It's not one I aspire to live in. This is a carefully engineered and designed prototype to promote a vibrant community model that is embedded in ecology and the natural context of the site that offers new ways of living and quality of life as you age. This development will add to the experiences of what makes living in St. John unique and appealing. With the belief that nature is good for all people, Ethos Ridge is being designed specifically to reconnect people with nature. The building form is separated into two ridges with a park-like landscape ravine flowing through the ridges, blurring the landscape from inside and outside of the building, connecting the major public spaces with a view to the highly desirable Kennebecasis River that we all have heard everyone cares so much about. These become spaces of social connection as much as they are about connecting to nature. The Ethos Ridge development is also rooted in the philosophy that by deepening people's appreciation of nature, so too does their willingness to be active in protecting it, a mission we are all accountable for. This project specifically seeks to meaningfully connect to nature as a restorative and healing environment. So time in nature is proven to reduce stress, improve feelings of happiness, free up creativity, reduce anxiety, it reduces blood pressure, it boosts the immune system, and it helps us accelerate recovery from illness, which is important at this age. There is evidence that healthcare buildings design that even a natural view from a window reduces the amount of time spent recovering from an illness compared to an urban view. And Ethos Ridge is pushing for this type of environment and this kind of offering. The design of this development is rooted in biophilic design, which focuses on humans' innate attraction to natural processes. We do this by designing for climate change, by caring for the ecology, carefully responding to the context of the project in which it is situated, for building with ample natural light, and for selecting with materials that promote well-being. So Sandra Cook will share a bit about why this site is so integral into the project and what makes it vital to the success of this development and the health and well-being of the Ethos Ridge residents and the community. Thanks, Sandra.
Thanks, Monica. So again, I'm Sandra Cook. I'm a landscape architect and co-founder at Brackish Design Studio. We're currently based in Halifax, but thrilled to be opening a St. John office this summer. Just going to the next slide. These are some images from a site visit that we conducted in October. And as was mentioned earlier this evening, there is such a wonderful diversity of landscapes on this site, all of them so quintessentially Atlantic Canadian, all represented on this one site. And I think, as Monica mentioned, during the current situation that we find ourselves in with COVID, there's a renewed appreciation for the sights, sounds, and smells of nature. And for us on this site visit, it was the quality of light, the sound of the wind in the leaves, and the seasonal change in colors. This project is about making those gifts more accessible to more people and creating a new example for how to build and develop projects throughout this city and this region that link nature to quality of life. The myriad of opportunities that are presented here on this site for nature-based living are integral to the values and offerings of this project. Think bird watching, hiking. And so it's important to preserve the ecology and character of the site. The success of this project depends upon it. We know that nothing that we do happens in isolation. Every tree that we plant, every road or path that we construct is connected to larger systems beyond the boundaries of the site, whether it's the river, the woodlands, or the adjacent neighborhoods. So there's a sense of care and responsibility toward the lands and the communities around it. that our team is making constant adjustments to the plan to find the right balance between the social benefits that this project presents and the other potential impacts, both environmental and social. We have a commitment to making sure that the net impact of this project is a positive one, that we're not creating problems outside of our site, but actually improving wherever we can. The approach throughout the project has been not just about mitigating risk, but about actually caring for the environment on the site. And on to the next slide. This project is as much about the forest and the meadows as it is about the river views. It's about being embedded in nature, and we're taking a protective approach. As it's been mentioned earlier tonight, we're limiting the development area to one part of the site. This allows us to preserve larger contiguous woodland patches, which is important not only to the integrity of those landscapes, but also to their habitat value. This is an approach that would not be possible under a different kind of development, such as a smaller single-family lots. This landscape plan provides a variety of landscapes to explore, and even the approach to the building along the road from Sandy Point is a journey that winds through these varied areas of the site. This project is about celebrating ways of living on the land, connecting with the land, low-impact programming opportunities that provide and promote healthy, active living and celebrate the New Brunswick landscape, but doing it so in a responsible way. And in working with the development team, we see this manifest in the team of professionals that they've hired and the values of the project that have been consistent throughout the process. Back to you, Monica.
Thank you. Thanks, Sandra. So we believe that this is our responsibility to help provide more quality and diverse offerings for older members of our society, their families, and their friends, to create new models for the aging journey. Ethos Ridge is about breathing new life to the way we can live, one where we can radically rethink how we look at aging and quality of life. We believe you need not sacrifice beauty and the experience of where you choose to live in order to get the care or accessible living environment you need. This development aims to upend the way we think about getting older, starting with aspiring to design better environments for the way we age. This is not speculative. Through this significant investment by this developer, this is our opportunity as a city to show the world that we are leading from St. John what aging can aspire to be. I want to grow old in St. John. And I hope this development continues to inspire people to continue to invest in more meaningful ways of living. Let's not agree to do anything additional for the environment is such a low goal in today's world. We have to aspire to do everything to be integrated in the land that was given to us here. As outlined, we will follow necessary laws and regulations, but at the end of the day, what St. John builds St. John. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Monica and Sandra. Council, I need a motion, please, to push through 10 o'clock with our procedural bylaw. Councillor Norton, thank you. Councillor Merrithew, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. And anybody contrary minded? Okay, thank you. The motion's carried. Thank you for your presentations. I was hoping I wasn't going to have to interrupt you with that procedural issue. We'll go to a couple of questions. Councillor Merrithew. Did you have a question, Councillor Merrithew? Yep, go ahead.
Your Worship. Thank you, ladies. Mrs. Dare, I think you mentioned something, I think I wrote it down properly. Designing to climate change. Can you explain that?
Absolutely. So this is a project that seeks to not meet but exceed environmental standards in every way that we're designing the project. This isn't about merely meeting the building code or the environmental standards set out by the energy code. We want to exceed them. We're going to exceed them in terms of insulation, windows, mechanical systems, how we work with the land, how we work with water retention. There's a multitude of ways that we want to deal with this project, and we have one of the best engineering teams with us to be able to take on that challenge. So we feel very fortunate that this isn't a development where the developer has come to us and asked us for a race to the bottom. It's about aspiring to leave a legacy.
Have you seen this type of development anywhere else?
This type? I haven't seen the Kennebecasis River with a seniors development anywhere yet, but in terms of quality.
Or something?
Sorry?
In a forest setting, something like that? Have you seen?
What we're seeing is more in environmental, like more landscape brought into design. And that's something that we're seeing as a trend everywhere. And Sandra can speak a little bit to this, but forest bathing is a trend where we're seeing for healing all across the world. And that's something that is integral to the site selection to ensure that we had the site integrated with the architecture. So we are seeing much more of this. And it's not to say that every development needs to be in the woods. It's saying that this is an offering that Ethos Ridge is offering that does have proven qualities for seniors' health and for long-term living.
All right, and your design, your architectural design, not so much the of the building and the surrounding lands. Well, I'm interested in how we're going to live in harmony with your neighbors.
That's a very interesting question, what harmony with our neighbors can mean for different people. I think for us, it's really important to be a good neighbor. Part of that is in designing in such a way that we're not casting shadows on our neighbors, that we're enhancing the trail offerings near their site, that we're promoting a sensitive way of dealing with the natural landscape that they do love and appreciate in that area. We're being very respectful in terms of understanding and mitigating risk around the way construction is being done. So we're pulling away, we've changed and altered roads so that they enter in other sides of the project so that they don't interfere in sight lines and for sound for neighboring adjacent neighbors. And this came from hearing and responding to neighbors' feedback. It's not enough to just, we want to be great neighbors, we want to do great projects. We're here to stay. So it's not about just saying, well, what can we get away with? This is about saying, how do we do something that really is great and feels great in that neighborhood? We've chosen materials that are connected to the site, that this isn't a flashy building from the exterior that is meant to be, I guess, ostentatious. It should also blend in with the landscape, and it tries to do that in a very meaningful way.
All right, thank you, ladies. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Sullivan, and then I saw your hand, Councillor Hickey. Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for the presentation. I guess follow up, Monica, with what you were just, perhaps if you could share some details about, you talked about the materials being connected to the site and blend with the surroundings. Can you give us some specifics on, what I'm trying to get in my head as a neighbor, what am I going to see? Like from my property, what am I going to see when I see the building?
Well, we have done drone studies from multiple property areas to see what their sight lines would be. And they're very reduced in terms of what the intention is of what they should see. So we are working on building a buffer. So there's concerns about what the size of that buffer is and what those trees are and how they grow. That is something that we actually have to deal with, but it's not something that says, well, if they're not going to grow, we're just not going to build it. This is about building a buffer that people feel has and a natural buffer that fits with the landscape, restores some of the Acadian forest that's already there and supports that the ecology that is there. So that's an important part. So you're not actually seeing the building directly in front of you as some of the, I think a lot of people might feel it is. So it is quite a distance away. It's not, we have done studies, it is 5 stories. It's not, I know it feels very large, but it also has a flat roof, which we brought down, or a low slope roof, so that it would not be as tall, even though we're permitted to go up to the maximum zoning height if it's in its new zoning requirements. So we are doing everything we can to ensure that that still feels like a private site for neighboring communities. And Sandra, is there anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I'll just add that we're also looking very carefully at the topography and grade and how we've sited the building and the elevation that we've set it at is really, thinking about the elevation of the homes on Pelton Road, and then the progression of topography as you move onto the site, and making sure that that is an additional sort of buffer in terms of visual and heights and what you see from the back of the property if you're situated lower and the building is on another part of the site. And then to Monica's point, we've been thinking very carefully about where the building is situated and trying to maximize that buffer between the Pelton lot line and the closest part of the structure. And right now that's sitting at about 39 meters. So it's a fairly generous buffer.
So to a couple of specifics, one of the presenters asked about, is it going to be mature trees? What about a berm to make sure the height is there? Could you address that a little bit?
Yeah, certainly. There is a line of mature trees along that Pelton Street lot line, which will be preserved at all costs, and then supplemented with, there will be a mix of trees, shrubs, understory, and that's something we're working through as we get into the detailed design of that buffer and what it is. They're obviously not going to be the tallest mature trees when they first go in, but the intent is that we plant species that will provide a mixture of, both softwoods and hardwoods, coniferous, year-round visual buffering, as well as some deciduous species as well, but all drawing on the species and the mix of species that we already see on the site, and supplementing that environment, not trying to do something different than what's already there.
And I think that there's going to be a chance. I think it's never going to be, well, those are the trees and that's all you're going to have. I don't think this project is a success without that being a success. So that buffer is not a buffer just for mediation. That is something about enhancing a site, creating great trails, creating a great connection. So it is rooted in care.
Thank you. That's important. Sorry, Monica, I just, because I'm not an expert in construction, when you talked about the materials, can you give us some specifics, like colors, textures, what it is that you're building it out of? So when you talk about making it connected, you know what I'm asking?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think you're not getting like I don't know if you've seen my red house. You're not getting a red house here.
I've seen
the ideas. So I think this is really about integrating into the landscape. And right now we are using colors that are drawn from the site. So the material palette that we're using are all driven from the Acadian Forest palette. So greens are primarily on the exterior of the project. So anything from the water, from the site, is meant to blend and to conceal. The inner ridge and the ravine going through the middle, you're going to see some shimmer inside the middle ridge, where it is meant to reflect more like the canopy cases and has a little bit of reflection from the water and that you see in the canopy of the trees. So we're really drawing inspiration from the site and trying to make it feel like it's part and parcel of the place.
Folks,
that's helpful. I'm done, your worship.
Yeah, thank you. I need to jump in, and just a point of clarity, I see some folks that presented earlier putting their hands up. So just so you know, that's not part of the process. So there won't be any questions coming from those observing, just for council members here, just so you know. Thank you. Councillor Hickey, then Councillor McKenzie, but just know that we've got two or three at least more presenters. So please, Councillor Hickey.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I will be brief. Monica, as someone with a boat at the St. John Marina, I never have to worry about my compass breaking with your red house on the horizon. So I guess I would just ask, and I'm curious because my parents live on Kennebecasis Drive at 936, and certainly with the development of the western side of that hill in single dwelling, so nearer to the ferry landing, you saw the development of that hill in single dwelling. And I've heard from a couple presenters this evening of a preference towards a single dwelling development similar to that. And I guess I'm just curious about design intention. And I'm curious as to what your thoughts would be as a project like this, as opposed to what you see on the western side of that with a far greater number of single dwelling homes. I'm curious about the balance there and more the design intention on that type of thing.
Well, it's an interesting discussion, especially when we're talking about sustainability and environment, because how do we minimize that footprint has been one of our #1 concerns on the project, to reduce the impact by which we're actually putting the project on the site. So by adding multiple driveways, multiple paved area, we start to actually go against that very principle of the ethos of the project, which is rooted in sustainability. And we know that even through the traffic studies that by having those types of units, we're going to have more traffic going through that. It doesn't seem like it. It's not the number of residents, but it's the type of units that you have. So we are really trying to ensure that we have the right density, but also a density that doesn't get so large that people are forgotten, that it becomes something that is not one of a spirit of community and care for the land. So that density is really important as part of the project, and part of the site selection was ensure that we get a great site, but we don't interfere with what makes that site great.
Okay, I've got it. Sorry.
No, that's fine, Your Worship. I think that captures it.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Monica, so what I'm seeing in my mind now is a structure that blends in with the forest. So it's almost like you can't even see it unless you're really looking hard. But you talk about having trees and a berm. Is this going to be effective year round, or when it gets cold and the leaves go away, all of a sudden it opens up? Like, how do you fix that?
I'll let Sandra talk a little bit about the buffer because she's working hard on this one. So.
Yeah, and just as succinct, I know it's very difficult,
sure.
But just as succinct as you can, please. Yeah.
Sure. One of the things that we identified early on in our site visit and analysis was that there is an existing softwood buffer, all coniferous trees, that's very significant on the site. So that is 100%. We're trying not to touch that and leave that as much intact as possible. Hence where we've cited the building. And then furthermore, any buffering that is done, we will absolutely make sure that there is a mix of year-round evergreen species as well as deciduous trees, so that we do have some year-round protection, not only visually, but from a climate, wind, microclimate perspective.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, folks who are on the clock here. Thank you for your presentations tonight. Common Clerk, next item, please, or next presenter, please.
Your Worship, next presenter, we have Bob Manning.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Manning. I see you listed there, Bob. Are you with us? I see you as unmuted, but we can't hear you, Bob. We're still not hearing. Okay, what we'll do, Mr. Manning, is we'll just go to our next presenter and we'll come right back to you, perhaps give you a minute you could dial in as well as another option, but we'll just go to the next presenter and come back. Next presenter, Common Clerk.
Your Worship, next on my list was MLA Arlene Dunn.
Okay. Minister Dunn, are you with us? Okay, I didn't see the minister logged in. Minister Dunn, are you there? Okay, let's try back. Mr. Manning, are you there? Yeah, you show as unmuted, Mr. Manning, but we're still not hearing you. Common Clerk, is there anything at our end that we can?
Well, we can try sending another invite, but yeah, I'm showing the same as you. It does show Mr. Manning's
Okay,
logged
so
in.
perhaps Mr. Evans can get on the line, or somebody can get on the line for a call-in number. Okay, let's keep going down our list.
So we also have registered speaker Tom Gribbins.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me, Your Worship?
Yes, we can, Mr. Gribbins. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Your Worship, members of Common Council, my name is Tom Gribbins. I live at 105 Carmarthen Street in the Uptown. I'm here in favor to speak in favor of Ethos Ridge in Milledgeville. Just a little bit of background. I'm a 4-year resident of the city, a 34-year resident of Greater St. John, a community volunteer, and leader in such organizations as the old Board of Trade, which is now the Chamber of Commerce, BCAPI, Vibrant Communities, a few others. But really, I have a passion to see St. John grow again and resume its place of leadership within New Brunswick and Atlantic Canada. Just a note, I'm not an investor in the project, nor am I involved in a professional capacity. I come before you simply as an interested resident and taxpayer who wants to see more smart growth for St. John. Years ago, when I was president of the Board of Trade, Richard Curry came to town, one of our famous native sons, and he spoke to the board about luck. And he agreed that his life had been termed lucky. But to him, luck was defined as a result of two things, opportunity and preparation. Today, we seem to be a lucky city. We have construction cranes in the sky, once again, as former Mayor McFarland talked about. Real estate prices are moving upwards, and there's an influx of newcomers from across the country, and in fact, internationally. We still have our issues, but things are moving in the right direction. But I would say that it's because we did the work. The preparation was done. Over the last 9 years, under the leadership of forward-thinking mayors and councils, the city has made tough decisions, undergone planning exercises that were quite thorough, and made strategic infrastructure investments. And the opportunity now is coming as a result of COVID. We have a lot of people who want to move here, and so it is yes, we're a little bit lucky right now. The preparation and the opportunity have come together. This has resulted in our city's reputation improving. Once known as a hard-scrabble industrial city, or I've even heard it described in some places up the river as a dirty, foggy city on the bay, we now have transformed into a city, or gradually into a Renaissance city, then a rebuilding city, and we're a city of growth and progress. Reputations take a long time to change. They take longer to improve, and reputations need care and nurturing to be maintained, but reputations also drive the perception for the local population about their town. They form opinions of our friends and our rivals within the Atlantic region. We have a lot of rivals in the Atlantic. They directly affect the ability of developers, dreamers, and builders of our city to access clients, talent, and most importantly, capital to continue to build the smart, livable city of the future that we aspire to become. But here's the important part. Reputations can be lost at the drop of a hat, or I dare say at the rejection of a quality project. Ethos Ridge is a modern interpretation on retirement living. A modern, exciting design that is molded into the surrounding hillside, access to walking trails, river views, modern amenities. Why should these things not be available to retirees in our area? The design team, led by St. John's own award-winning Acre Architects, and we've just heard from Monica, working in collaboration with professional firms of the highest caliber, combined with a visionary young, homegrown entrepreneur, will change the way we think about retirement living for years to come. This has the capacity to create new businesses in retirement living that can export this concept to other locations, but we get to keep the expertise here. The project will bring much needed city services to one of our city's most beautiful and yet underserviced areas. So from my days volunteering back with the St. John Board of Trade, I recall reading old reports that were commissioned in the 1970s that projected large population growth for Milledgeville. And that was projected to occur prior to the turn of the century. Well, that population growth took place all right, but it went outside of the city. It went to Kings County. It went to the now thriving communities of Quispamsis, Rothsay, and Grand Bay Westfield. Let's not let history repeat itself again and watch a sound opportunity leave. Let's not ruin the hard-won good reputation that we've all earned for our city. Let's use and utilize our resources along the Kennebecasis River wisely and to the mutual advantage of all St. Johners. And I urge you to approve this application and approve Ethos Ridge. Your Worship, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gribbons. Okay, not seeing any hands. Thank you for your presentation tonight. Okay, our common clerk, let's go back to Mr. Manning. I think he is signed back in.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
My apologies for the technical glitch, but Tom filled in and did a great job as always.
Okay.
Thank you for allowing me to spend some time with you and council this evening as a proponent of the project called Ethos Ridge. First of all, I'd like to commend the team that has brought this project forward. A very, very qualified team. The presentations that I've been part of would showcase not only the depth of talent, but the ability to bring capital to this project. So that's very exciting. But I also want to commend city staff. Mr. Reed, in particular, he inspires an awful lot of confidence in his ability to capture the essence of what's been going on and making sure that the city of St. John and the residents of St. John are being well served. So well done. I live in the city at 54 Orange Street. I have been a resident of St. John for greater than 20 years now, and I'm appearing here today as past chair of both the St. John Board of Trade, which is now the Greater St. John Chamber of Commerce, and past chair of Enterprise St. John. In reflecting back on my time at Enterprise St. John, if a project like this would have come forward, this would have been one of those ones that we would have gotten very excited about. It checks a number of boxes in terms of a unique project that would be very, very necessary and very, very beneficial to our region. The fact that just a week ago, David Campbell, former provincial economist, has written in the Telegraph Journal that we would need probably 3 times the building construction that's going on right now, residential building construction, in order to address needs into the future, well, present day and into the future. Whenever we get to see anything that addresses residential construction in this city, I get very excited. The fact that this is playing to a very specific niche in terms of the seniors population, we are one of the oldest provinces in the nation. We're graying quickly. This is a grouping of our population that we need to make sure that we're taking care of for the future. And the fact that this is different and slightly upscale from some of the things that we have available to us today for our senior population really adds to the mix of what's available. The biggest thing for me here, though, is during my time at Enterprise St. John, the city spent a lot of time and effort and capital building the infrastructure and enhancing the infrastructure in the Milledgeville area in anticipation of development. Well, this is that development that you're looking for. It will continue to allow us as taxpayers and as the municipality to leverage the investment that's been made out in that region. I was a resident of Milledgeville for a number of years before I moved into the city. It's a beautiful area. I do understand that there are folks in the rural part of Milledgeville that are concerned, but based on what I've heard from the city and what I've seen from the city, I don't believe that they will be put out in any way, shape, or form, and the city will address, along with the developer, any of their concerns. This is a chance to attract investment into our city. It's a chance to attract people into our city, and I would be a full participant in suggesting that this is something that's good for us. Thank you very much. I'll hold for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manning. Any questions? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you for figuring out the technology. Much appreciated.
My apologies again. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. Okay, Common Clerk, the only other name I heard, but I don't know, was earlier, I think, Margaret Young. Did you have anyone else on your list?
Your Worship, I didn't have the name on my list, but I do see that she was sent an invite by staff after we had completed the list. So there's a Margot Young that was mentioned by Mr. Carson. Okay. Margot Young, are you with us?
Hello, yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. Your Worship and members of Common Council, my name is Margot Young, and I am a planner and a landscape architect. I work for EDM Planning Services and have worked throughout Atlantic Canada for 30 years. I've served as expert witness any number of times now, and I'm a winner of many planning awards in Canada. Steve Carson at your development agency reached out to me and asked me to have a look at this project and give him an opinion on the project, your staff report, and to provide some input and comment to the development agency from a broad planning perspective in terms of best practices, in terms of what are we doing in planning with this type of development. So I thought there were maybe two of those conclusions that I might share with you this evening. The first is the issue of changing a municipal plan. It's obviously a very significant decision, and the question posed to me was, how do you know if it's appropriate? And then secondly, some comment on the new housing program that is being proposed in your community. With respect to changing a municipal plan, we have a little quip. We say that when we write plans, we make the plan, and also we make the rules to change the plan. And the reason we do that is because there isn't a crystal ball. We know the plan will change, and so it's not that the plan should change willy-nilly. In fact, it never should. But within your plan, you have very specific conditions and policies must be tested in order to change the plan. And your staff report lays those out fairly succinctly. It is in this way that a plan is a living document. It should be changed when the circumstances occur that are set forth in your plan. And in your specific plan, there are a couple circumstances that have occurred that I would highlight for you. The first is the trigger of the change circumstance. The proponent, your development agency, and also I believe and this has also been confirmed with additional sites presented, they've confirmed that there wasn't another site available within your development boundary that met the site criteria that had been laid out by the developer. And this is not an uncommon circumstance as you reach the end of the time horizon for your plan, that more land is needed specifically for a demographic, which in your case is growing. And it's also not uncommon when the siting criteria change or evolve as a result of best practices. So new planning criteria are required. And your report demonstrates that those two tests have been met. And so there is obviously an imperative that you at least consider this application. There is, of course, then, very significant consideration with respect to, is there any undue financial burden? Are you, if we would say, robbing Peter to pay Paul in the case of some other area not being able to have adequate water or sewer? Is there a budget burden? Again, your staff report addresses those issues. Not in your report, but often the planning concern is, are you creating a gap? By extending your boundary, have you leapfrogged and left land in behind? And again, in this circumstance, you haven't leapfrogged. And then finally, if you're at neutrality, then are there benefits, and what do those benefits look like? And I think a lot of the conversation tonight, as I've listened, has been about those benefits and concerns. One of the benefits not mentioned that I think is really important is that your plan specifically emphasizes a desire to attract younger professionals to St. John. And of course, if you're in Ontario or you're in Winnipeg and you want to be considering St. John or another city, you're looking at obviously schools, or there's a good hospital, all those sorts of things. But increasingly today on people's lists is, are there good retirement options in your community? I think the pandemic has certainly put a huge spotlight on that. And in addition, people are thinking about it for themselves with retirement, but many people, when they move back to Atlantic Canada, are bringing a senior parent with them, and they're looking for housing options for that senior parent as well. I also then wanted to speak a little bit about the specific circumstances for this project, again, from a big planning perspective, about the site and the compatibility of the site.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, Margaret, interrupted. It's Mayor Darling. Thank you. I was just going to ask you just to zero in on that sort of the theme of that land use piece tonight. I think you're maybe getting there now. Thank you.
Yeah, I am. Sorry. Cool. I know we're all tired.
Okay.
So in the past, planners would have zoned by building type with singles in one place, multiples in another. And today we don't do that. We define our communities according to relationships, not building shapes. And so the current planning trend is that we are designing our communities to have as many different building types as possible within communities. In fact, there are many cities in North America now who simply ban single family zoning, because what we have found is that a planning approach that has a variety of different types tends to be much more inclusive. And obviously in Canada, we are striving to make more inclusive, more sustainable communities. Also, it is consistent with this particular project, which is about aging in place. When you need to leave your home, there are then facilities within your immediate community that you are able to maintain those relationships. And so those relationships are, you lose your neighbors, but you're going to continue to go to the same book club. You can continue to have your religious community, etc. So your relationships are maintained by increasing the diversity of housing types that go together. I also wanted to speak just for a moment about the riverfront site, because there's been a lot of comments on that. A riverfront site was one of your developer's criteria, and waterfronts are a very precious resource. A good waterfront design would suggest that adjacent uses should be water dependent, like a mill or perhaps a boat club, something that has to be on the water. Secondly, though, are water uses that are enhanced for as many people as possible. There's going to be public or private facilities like a pub or a soccer field, but putting on your riverfront uses that as many people as possible can enjoy is a very important planning principle. In fact, many community plans would restrict land uses on their waterfronts to those types of uses. The benefit here is of the proposed use, putting 125 some seniors on your waterfront that would otherwise be limited to a few private homes. There is, as your architect mentioned, the research she describes is valid and growing of the importance of views and being in nature, especially for this particular demographic. And obviously users who spend a great deal of time sitting and viewing can make best use of this site. The trails that are mentioned in the report as a public benefit are, in this context, a very important public benefit. The site is remaining open to neighbors and adjacent users to continue to use this site. So in terms of good and proper riverfront site planning, this is an excellent use of this particular site. I'll leave you with those thoughts. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Margot. Any questions for Margot? Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation. Okay, Common Clerk, I don't have anyone else on my list. You don't? Do you have anyone else? Sorry.
No, Your Worship. We've covered all the names on the list.
Okay, I'll just ask if there's anyone on the line that wishes to present in favor of the amendments tonight. I'll ask again if there's anyone else wishing to present in favor. And I'll ask a final time if there's anyone wishing to present in favor. Okay, not hearing anyone, that part of the public hearing is now closed. We'll move on now, Council, to any questions that we have for staff. And if you could just use your your hands so I can try to deal with those questions. You're okay. We can use this one, or we can use the electronic one. Deputy Mayor, I saw your manual hand, so I'll go to you first.
Your Worship, I have two concerns, and I just need somebody to answer them. One is about the lift station and putting, if it overflows, the raw sewage into the harbor or into the water, kind of cases. I need somebody to tell me how serious. I mean, I think it's very serious to put raw sewage in. We just cleaned up with over several $1 million, so I'm surprised at that. I just need someone to explain it to me.
Okay,
to tell me how it would happen.
Okay, can we start there? Mr. McGovern, I'm assuming that's you. Yeah, can you just speak to that, please, Mr. McGovern? Commissioner McGovern, thank you.
Yes, good evening, Your Worship and members of council. As the deputy has pointed out, the city has indeed made significant investments recently, over the past 10 years with the significant investments in harbor cleanup and the treatment of all municipal collected wastewater. For this development, the developer would be developing a private sewer lift station on the proposed site, which would direct the wastewater to the city's gravity system, our city's system that would flow by gravity up near Westmount. This system does have capacity in it at this time, and it's only at about half capacity. So there is capacity. The other thing is that this area is actually good for the utility in that it has separated system. So in the older parts of St. John, as council is aware, we still have some combined sewer systems where water and stormwater mix together in a combined pipe. In this case, that is not the situation. We have dedicated sanitary pipe that would allow the wastewater flow to be pumped a number of times and treated at our Milledgeville wastewater treatment facility. So there would be no discharges of raw wastewater. All the wastewater would be collected and directed for treatment at the municipal wastewater treatment facility and in Milledgeville. And we would be discharging that water to the environment at, of course, the regulated requirements that we are now. I think the one condition that could arise is that when there's a power outage, for example, but we do have backup power at some of our facilities, at some of the much smaller facilities. If we do have a long prolonged power outage, we do have portable generators that we can bring to these facilities and hook them up. So it'd just be in the instance of a short duration, and anything that would be a very short duration would allow the facility to contain the wastewater. But if it was short in nature but long enough that it allowed for a bypass event before our crews could actually get there, and that is really meant to be an engineered relief. And that happens across municipalities across North America, such that the wastewater would not back up into people's homes.
So Brent, I have great faith in you. So really then there'd be no fear of raw waste going into the river. I mean, I listened to everything you said, but for sure there'd be no fear that that would happen unless a situation happened with a power outage.
That's correct, Your Worship. But I'd note that the city is required to maintain a zero increase in overflows or anything of that nature for development or redevelopment. That's a regulated requirement, and we would ensure that we would not be overflowing in any dry weather events, and there would just be that rare instance, which again can happen anywhere in any community across Canada.
Okay, I have my next concern is, and Brent, you may be able to answer this, is if there's changes made to the road, if the road is widened, if there's a sidewalk put on one side, I would assume that all that work would have to be done to a city standard. I mean, I think we've always made sure that developers, if they touched our infrastructure in any way, it had to be up to a city standard. So I just, where the way the presentations came out tonight, it didn't really say that. So I'm asking if we as a city would ensure that that happens. I mean, even though it's a rural road, it's a city-owned road.
Commissioner Hugenholtz has pulled his camera up, so maybe he wants to take that one. But
okay,
yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for the question. Yeah, generally speaking, this is a rural road standard, so we don't have a real clearly defined standard in our specifications that allows for that walkway adjacent to the roadway. However, it is something that we have implemented in the past, for example, along Cedarwood Drive, where we widened the shoulder somewhat, we painted lines, we milled in a delineation between the vehicle traffic and the pedestrian traffic, and that seems to be working fairly well. It's not a very widespread standard that we do use. I would highlight that the difficulty, of course, in going from a rural road standard to a full raised sidewalk is that also does usually trigger the need for a full underground storm water system, which can be very expensive even over a short distance.
So I just ask you, if this has to happen out on the Sandy Point Road, who's paying for that? The developer would pay for this, would they not? I mean, that's what seemed to be said earlier in the presentation. It wouldn't be the city paying to widen the road. It would be the developer, or is it going to be the city?
Commissioner, I ask you to answer. City Manager, I see your camera's on. I guess my concern is that we need to be careful that certainly it wasn't my interpretation that we were going to have new sidewalks along the road and so on, that if the road was going to be manipulated for some of these new services, when it was put back together, there may be some attempt to try to widen to make it a bit safer. I just want to make sure we're sending the right message here. City Manager, you had your camera on for
very quickly so we can get to the other questions. Within the conditions, the developer has agreed to widen the road and create a walkway on the side of the road. It is not a full sidewalk like we would imagine in Uptown, but he has committed to doing that, and the funding for that is from the developer, not from the city.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Commissioner.
I may come back, Your Worship, because I have one other question if somebody else doesn't ask it.
Thank you, Councillor Merrithew. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. The deputy got two of mine, but so I'm glad to hear that there will be no raw sewage going to the river. But can someone speak to me about the environmental impact study and what relationship we have with the province, and is there going to be one, and are we waiting on something? And can someone speak to that?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Reid, go ahead.
Yes, Councillor, through your worship, I was responsible for circulating the proposal to the Department of Environment. The department did confirm that because it's a service development, there's no environmental impact assessment, which is oftentimes something that triggers, a municipal plan amendment or rezoning being delayed. The only other environmental consideration that they flagged was, of course, the wetland and watercourse alteration permit. This does not affect a land use approval. It's something that has been discussed throughout this meeting. If you have any questions on that, I'm happy to answer it as well.
No, I just wanted to hear it again and for myself, Andy. That's good. Thank you kindly. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Strobridge. Councillor Strobridge.
Got it. Thank you. Councillor Merrithew brought up what I was going to ask about, but Mr. Reid kind of gave a short answer. And he said if there was any questions about that EIA and the wetlands, he would be happy to answer more questions. So for the land use, all right, if council approves the land use as tonight, is there still a provincial requirement and level of accountability or level of permitting that will then still have to take place around those environmental things like the wetlands?
Through your worship, yes, Councillor, there absolutely still is a requirement. If it was found that there were, for instance, a water course or wetland that wasn't mapped but was delineated, then that would trigger a wetland and water course alteration permit application to be submitted. Prior to the city signing off on a building permit, that application would need to be approved by the province.
So that step still has to take place after this one?
Yes.
Okay, and the other thing, listening to all of the residents speak, the theme for me that I took out of it mostly was, you know, environmental, such as water runoff, flooding. Is my well going to be okay? And I just want to make sure for the people, you know, who these types of things could be, you know, are a real threat. How are we protecting them so that when this starts going, that there is no problem with their wells and there is not going to be increased flooding in this area because of the water displacement and all that sort of thing? Could you just, you know, address those concerns as direct as you can?
To the councillor through your worship, I'll have to address them indirectly because they're really questions for the developer who has spoken at length. But I understand, you know, this is a question period for staff. We know that the developer has committed on monitoring of wells, pre-blast surveys of several measures to measure water quality and quantity, and with their stormwater management plan, which is a low impact one, again, just indirectly, there is an indication that they are attempting to improve several existing stormwater issues in the neighborhood.
Okay, I appreciate that, but who's holding them accountable? That's what I want to know for the protection of the people who are going to be living adjacent to this. Who's holding that developer accountable? Because the developer can say all that they want to say to sell their case to us, but who's holding them accountable and protecting those citizens?
Through your worship, Councillor, I would just defer to our infrastructure folks. I did fail to mention, we do have a drainage bylaw, and that would result in you know, certain levels of accountability with the submission of that stormwater drainage plan.
I see Brent opened up his camera. Maybe he has something to add.
And Ms. Hamilton's there as well. Go ahead, Brent.
Your worship, yes, with respect to accountability, I guess there are a number of matters. You know, there are permits that need to be taken out through the city for infrastructure that would be constructed. It needs to be constructed in accordance with the city's general specs and standards. In addition, if there are any permits that need to be taken out from an environmental perspective, the province could also be involved with monitoring of that, and stormwater management plans would also be confirmed through as-built. So any plans that are designed, you know, that we'd have to ensure that construction was in accordance with the approved designs, and in that the as-builts actually reflect what was agreed to. So there's a number of different fronts depending upon the infrastructure that's being constructed and checks and balances within the system to ensure compliance.
Okay, no, I just concerned. I just want to make sure these people are protected. That's all, and that there is an oversight and somebody's going to be policing, this process as these developers, start their project, right?
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Commissioner Hamilton, did you have anything to add to that question, or?
I did want to add a couple of points. First of all, as Commissioner McGovern mentioned, there will be a stormwater management plan required, and that's to ensure that there's no net impact of stormwater on adjacent property. So that will be an absolute requirement before a permit is issued. And further to that, although groundwater recharge is not an issue that is regulated within our jurisdiction, there is a condition that the developer has agreed to provide an expert study dealing with the impacts of groundwater recharge on the area, and that is proposed as part of the conditions that are before you for approval.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Strobridge actually hit on my question, but I'll go beyond that because besides the environmental concerns that we heard tonight, and I understand we have checks and balances in place for that, and a lot of it was cleared up tonight, we heard a lot about traffic issues and safety issues, and I want to point out that in the report, it talks about doing some, Foster Thurston, and I'm not sure what the timeline is, but I mean, from my perspective, I would ask that if we could get some traffic calming in, like as early as this summer, to try to mitigate some of this concern for traffic, I'd really appreciate that. I'll leave and now go on to my next one.
City Manager, you jumped in. Is there something you wanted to say?
Yes, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. We've actually had that discussion at staff level, and we do believe that there actually are some traffic calming measures that we can put in well before occupancy occurs at this new development. In fact, in time for their major construction season. In other words, sometime this summer or into the fall. Two of the things in particular that we are considering making sure are in place sometime this construction season is some speed radar warning signs and data collection on the various roads. The big flashing sign that reminds people to slow down, because we have a speed issue on those roads right now. And we will also take a look at installing some rumble strips as we approach that major intersection to once again remind people to slow down and be careful. So we believe we can do that almost as immediate measures, if you will, this summer, well before construction takes hold, and certainly well before the occupancy permits are granted and people start to live in the area.
Okay, I appreciate that. The other concern that I have is the road. We heard a lot of people talk about Pelton Road, Sandy Point Road, and the upkeep. And I know that in the report it talks about, putting more resources in there. Is that going to start? And I don't want to put a lot of resources in there, obviously, until this project is completed. But are we looking at upgrading the Pelton Road down the road?
I see a commissioner and I see a city manager.
Well, perhaps I could try and answer that, and if the city manager has some more, he can certainly jump in. As council is aware, we do undertake road resurfacing based on a measured pavement condition index. So that is typically measured every single year. It's a good objective measure of the level of deterioration on a particular roadway. We are now looking at the condition of our various streets, getting our program assembled for this year and looking out into a year. So I can say that Pelton Road in particular is at that threshold level where it would be considered. Now, given the potential development in this case, we wouldn't do it in advance, but it's certainly looking like that's going to be resurfaced, if not this year, then likely in 2022.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And then with that, Commissioner, ditch cleaning and some of the other things that we heard about, I'm sure would go along with it. Okay, thank you. Council, we've had a long evening, but this is all fresh in our minds. So I'm going to ask for a motion to suspend our procedural bylaw past 11. Please, thank you, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Hickey, thank you. On the question, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. And anybody contrary-minded? Okay, thank you. Motion's carried. Next speaker, Councillor Hickey, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I will be brief. I think many of my colleagues have asked the majority of my questions, but I guess the challenge that I continue to run in is Pelton Road remains an unserviced road, in particular from a water perspective. What kind of guarantee can we offer to those folks that there's not going to be an impediment to their well service within the development of this type of project? I guess I would have less trepidation if it was a service road. I guess where it isn't, I still have some concern. I'm just wondering if a member of staff could speak to that.
Yeah, so the Commissioner Hamilton has already spoken to it. Mr. McGovern, Ms. Hamilton, do you want to decide who's going to speak to it? You're left on the screen, Mr. McGovern, so.
Your Worship, maybe I'll start off. Ms. Hamilton or Commissioner Hamilton could add in to it, but from a contamination perspective, I guess first of all you have to think about what is a contaminant of concern, and when these wastewater systems are constructed, they're constructed to standards that the city sets out, and they're inspected and ensured that they comply with those standards, and those are the standards that we entrust across the city for all the infrastructure that we put in place. So that would, that from that perspective, the contaminant is, in my view, contained. From anything else, there, as was mentioned earlier this evening, there can be pre-blast surveys done and those sorts of things. If depending upon the level of blasting, to assess the quality of water pre and post development. And so, the precautions that would be applied in any reasonable development, throughout New Brunswick would be applied in this instance. Not sure if that answers your question or not, if there's anything else that I can address.
I think it does, Commissioner. Thanks. I do think it just came down to ensuring that the city had done its due diligence and the developer had done its due diligence to ensure that those levels of protection were in place, especially where people are depending on their own independent infrastructure. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sullivan, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. You mentioned part of it quickly. Realize it's not part of the planning, but I hope our infrastructure folks are taking note of the ditches and culverts and the concerns of the neighborhood with regards to those. A question with regards to the change between the conversation at PAC and tonight with regards to construction traffic on Pelton Road. And Commissioner Hugenholtz talked about Pelton Road likely being resurfaced in the next couple of years. So that covers kind of damage that might be done. The safety issue. So understanding that some construction traffic may have to go on that road with blind turns, hills, and narrow roads, what sort of things are in place to make sure things are safe? Tim's just jumped on.
Mr. O'Reilly, Director O'Reilly.
Thanks, Your Worship and Councillor. There are provisions in our traffic bylaw that will create some protections. The way our traffic bylaw is written is for any commercial vehicle above 4,500 kilograms, about 10,000 pounds, you have to use the shortest route between a truck route, which in this case be Kinnicases Drive and Sandy Point Road, to the destination. So you heard, for example, earlier on, Mr. Walton, the developer, mentioned that there's going to be an access to the development during construction off Sandy Point Road. So that essentially would be the default route to get to the development during construction phase for anything 10,000 pounds or larger. So that's in place now, and that'll provide some level of protection for any traffic that needs to go on to Pelton Road. And in those types of cases, they would need to have special permission from the commissioner, in this case, Mr. Hugenholtz, for any deviations from that shortest route to the access on Sandy Point Road.
So if there was a big truck that ended up on Pelton Road, they should have a permit. And somebody could ask or inquire with the city if they had a permit.
Yeah, exactly. So again, the default is if there's an access on Sandy Point Road to the development, which there is, that is that shortest route. So any deviation from that, including any trucks that are larger than 10,000 pounds on Pelton Road, would require a special permit from the city.
Okay, thanks very much. My other concern, and the sunset clause covers part of it. You know, if something significantly changed and the development didn't go forward, it wouldn't be zoned permanently and left open for a discussion of something else. Council could have an option in 5 years to revert it back. So if it doesn't get built, I'm comfortable. If it does get built, fantastic. I'm not as confident in the market information that we got tonight as just kind of conversation on the street in Milledgeville that that all these facilities are full for independent living. What happens if it gets half built? This is a $50 million facility that can only be a seniors complex. So from perhaps one of our planners, can you speak to risk and with regards to, it's not the sunset clause and it's not the go ahead, it's the middle part. This is a $50 million significant investment. Help.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand the question, how it sort of fits in. We'll call on somebody to turn their camera on, how it fits into the decision around the land use piece. City manager?
I'll start and then I'm going to hand over to Commissioner Hamilton. I think to a degree, we have to look at the people who are putting this project together, the financing that they have described to us, the team that they have in place, and have a degree of trust and confidence that they're going to see it through. The one thing that is also of tremendous help to us in terms of minimizing the risk is they are committed to building it all in one phase. So once they start putting shovels into the ground, they will already put a major financial investment into the property. Just to extend the services, they're going to put a major financial investment into property. It's not likely that once they do that, they would walk away. So I think those are considerations that minimize the risk that you refer to, Councillor Sullivan, and now I'll hand over to Commissioner Hamilton.
Yes, I would just add, I mean, there's significant upfront investment required to bring this project forward. So I would certainly expect that there would be a strong business case before the project got underway. As to any changes along the way, I would just, I guess, point out to council that the approvals that you're considering tonight would lock it down into a seniors housing project. So should they change their model, that would be something that would have to come back before council for approval and through a subsequent public process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Norton, you had earlier had your hand. Are you okay? Okay, thank you. I'll go back to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. I just want someone, if they could talk to me about wetlands. I mean, I've heard a lot about this part of this land might be a wetland. I have no idea, and I know that's the province jurisdiction. But can somebody tell me how long the province is, or are they involved in this project now? When were they contacted? I mean, it seems to me that a serious issue like that really should be identified before we get to where we are today. But what if it is a wetland. I mean, when do we know? Do we know before third reading or?
Yeah, so it's been answered a couple of times, Deputy, but we'll ask Mr. Reid to come back.
A little bit more.
I think what I heard is the project can't move ahead without its appropriate provincial and municipal approvals and oversights. But Mr. Reid, can you?
Yeah, and when would that be? When will you know, Mr. Reid? Or will they let you know, or how does it happen?
To the Deputy Mayor, through your worship. So the province was contacted back in January. We initially circulated the proposal to them. We touched base with them again after PAC to fully understand the process. It is a process, the Wawa permit process that we deal with daily here at the One Stop. The way you've put it is kind of putting the cart before the horse. It comes at the phase prior to the building permit application. So in approving the land use, there's absolutely no risk associated with that. You have heard from various perspectives tonight, the developer and their team having conducted another site visit. In the end, it will come down to likely, as we understand the process, the developer procuring a wetland delineator if there is any kind of uncertainty whether there's an unmapped wetland there, and then them rectifying that through whatever the provincial requirements are.
So, okay, and then that's when you would find out. So we would have passed third reading for the land use, and the province could come back at some point in time and say, before the building actually starts, and says, no, you can't go ahead because there's a wetland on the site. Is that what I'm given to understand?
As we understand it, the wetlands identified by the public are, I guess, what the developer has identified as a drainage culvert and very low risk, which would have an engineering solution if indeed it meets the definition of a wetland by the province, which is 0.5 meters with a gravel bed. So it doesn't seem like a major red flag for us, although we do defer to the provincial process and will require that wet Wawa permit approval prior to issuing the building permit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Armstrong, did you have your?
No, I guess the question is, as of right now, I understand there is no wetland. Is that what I understand? That's been in the reports. As of right now, there is no certified wetland by map or anything. Is that correct?
Mr. Reid again, I guess.
It's a popular topic, Your Worship. I think what we're seeing is a dispute between whether there's a wetland or not. The province operates a mapping service, which we reviewed, and there is no mapped wetland. Now, there is an ability through, we understand the provincial process, for there to still be wetlands that might not be mapped. And there is a process for that. There would be a certified wetland delineator who can come on site and say, yes, this meets the definition, even though it's not in the mapping system. And that would likely be a requirement here in this process if there was any uncertainty. But as I mentioned, the wetlands identified, they don't appear, I mean, I can't comment on it, but they don't appear based on the areas to raise a major red flag, and the fact that they weren't mapped as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Armstrong. I didn't see any other hands. I have a question. I think it would be for you, Commissioner Hamilton. I guess, we've received an extensive amount of information through the process. I can't remember how many pages I spent in my Sunday reviewing 400 or 500 pages, read letters. There's been an extensive amount of information on both sides. Having participated tonight in this public hearing, I guess, is there anything you've heard tonight that you feel hasn't been addressed that that there's a plan, there's an expert on the team. We're going to have our oversight. I guess I'm just, you've got a set of recommendations for us here. Is there anything that that you've heard tonight that you're concerned about?
Your Worship, certainly there's been lots of great feedback tonight. They were all issues that were brought forward to the Planning Advisory Committee meeting, so I didn't hear anything new tonight that would warrant further consideration by Council. We have, the Planning Advisory Committee has recommended a series of conditions to address those that are in addition to what had previously been recommended, and staff certainly would recommend those be expressed through the supplemental report that we've provided to Council to give clarity on what are those conditions that would be should be considered by Council that are within Council's jurisdiction. So I am confident in the recommendations that are before you address the significant concerns that have been brought forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hickey, did you have a question, follow up, and then we'll try to wrap up here, folks. Councillor Hickey?
No follow-up, Your Worship. Just simply, if the rest of Council's ready, I would move to accept staff's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Moved and seconded by Councillor Murphy.
Sorry, Your Worship, a quick question. Staff's recommendation, supplemental recommendation?
Yeah.
Following
PEC, because it's different than their original recommendation.
Yes.
Sorry, Councillor
just for the specifics.
Yes, that indeed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hickey has moved the staff recommendation, and I think I said Councillor Merrithew had seconded it already. So okay, thank you. City Manager, did you have a? Oh, you're there and gone again.
Your Worship, forgive me. Just to complement what Councillor Sullivan was talking about. As I understand the motion, it's to approve the recommendations as articulated in the supplemental report that is part of the Council pack this evening. That's what that is what I understand the motion to be.
That's right. Yep, perfect, thank you. Okay, so just very quickly, I know it's been a long evening. I just want to make a couple of comments before I ask for the vote. First of all, I do thank all of the participants tonight. I think my kit was 540 pages that I reviewed on Sunday. I think we've heard there were a range of concerns. I think we've heard a range of solutions. I think that from my perspective, over 5 years in this job, I've always tried to do what I believed was in the best interest of the entire community, understanding that there are a range of concerns in the neighbors to this project. City sustainability does matter. We can't ignore it. Certainly from a staff perspective would be if this project were to move ahead, my expectation that staff would oversee that our standards are adhered to, that our expert staff do their jobs. Growth isn't optional for us. We've heard that we need to attract 2,000 people a year for the next 20 years here. We have a shortage of supply. We need a range of product. I spent 20 years in the construction industry. Rarely have I seen a team assembled like I've seen on this project. I hope that all local, provincial, federal permits and guidelines will have to be met. The aging in place piece, I'm hopeful that while today many of the neighbors had a range of concerns, that perhaps if this project moves ahead as planned, they can perhaps age in place in the neighborhood that they love. And Mr. Walton, if this project moves ahead, be a good neighbor. Do what you said you're going to do. Be a good neighbor. And, I think it's been a massive amount of work on both sides. And I think it is a project absolutely that council should support for the greater good. So, okay, thank you for the presentations. The recommendation is on the floor. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. And anybody contrary-minded? Okay, not seeing or hearing anyone. I can't see you, Councillor Armstrong. You're just off, but I didn't hear any negative votes, so I'll say that is a unanimous vote of council. Okay, thank you. moving on now, council, just to walk you through the motions that we need. I had them written down. We need a municipal plan amendment, first reading by title. Moved by Councillor Reardon, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Norton. Thank you for that. I'll call that question. All those in favor? Thank you. And anybody contrary minded? Not seeing any motions carried. Madam Clerk.
A law to amend the municipal plan bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Now we need a municipal plan amendment for second reading by title. Councillor Hickey has moved that. Councillor Reardon again has seconded that. Thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Anybody contrary minded? Thank you. Not seeing or hearing anyone.
A law to amend the municipal plan bylaw.
Thank you. Next, we need a zoning bylaw amendment, first reading by title. Councillor Hickey, Councillor Reardon, thank you, is moved, and I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Anybody contrary minded? Not seeing any. Motion is carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Thank you. Zoning bylaw amendment, second reading by title, please. Councillor Norton, thank you, and Councillor Reardon, thank you. Okay, and I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. And anybody contrary minded? Okay, not seeing any. Motion is carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Okay, thank you. Whenever we have a long evening like this, a long public hearing or any issues, there are some that are supportive and some that aren't supportive. And I certainly hope for the over time, the greater good of our community as we continue to move forward. We have to grow, we have to be sustainable, and I hope that this project turns out well, that, as I said, Mr. Walton keeps his promises, that the expert project team crosses their T's and dots their I's, and we'll continue to move forward. So thank you very much. It was a long evening. Thank you to everyone who participated tonight. We do appreciate it. And I think with that, I'll thank staff as well, and I'll call for an adjournment, please. Councillor Sullivan in particular will adjourn us tonight, and Councillor Strobridge seconded. Thank you. And on the question, we'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. And contrary minded, just Councillor Sullivan. Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thanks.